Hola. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? What's up, guys? Yes, super congrats. You're a mod now. Haha. Wow, look at all those emotes and all of those cats. I love it. It's very good. I mean, he's right back there. So, good timing. Yes, I don't know what all is involved for you, Super, becoming a mod, but yeah, things are working. Woo! Oh, in 4 months at tier 1. Thank you, Super. Appreciate it, buddy. You can snooze ads. Yeah, so to be fully honest with you, if you have some degree of control over ads, I don't really make a whole lot of money from ads. I make a tiny bit. I mean, it's literally like, $10 a month or something. Sorry, I'm turning up my light a little bit. But if you see opportunities to do that better at all, or if you have time to pay any amount of attention to that, great. Pinguino. Oh, sí. Muy bien. Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I know, like, you have a life, so, like, don't stress too much about it. But, yeah, I figured I'd been talking about that. And I'm like, let's just go ahead and take care of this right now. Anyways, sorry, talking with Supertonic because we just made Supertonic mod because he's awesome. Hi, chat. Hi, stream. How we doing? How's everybody? How's it going? I'm good. I'm a little frazzled, but I'm good. Oh, it's Joffrey. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Oh, how we doing? How we doing? Very exciting start to stream today. We love it. Hello. No, things are good around here. Things are actually really good around here. What all is going on? Man, I feel like I have a ton of updates. The social media stuff is going exceptionally well. My little educational YouTube short things are crushing it. They're getting like 1,000 views a day right now. It's kind of crazy. Oh, Jesus. Bueno. Me gusta. It's been a while since anyone's redeemed Flashbang. Yeah, no, the stuff on YouTube is crushing it. My eyes, right? That's the whole point. Mi ojos. Mi ojos. No, it's going great on YouTube. One of them has done pretty well on TikTok. Reels are kind of mid. I'm really feeling out like what platforms are going to make sense. I set up a Twitter account and have everything going to X/Twitter. I don't think that's going to continue at all because they all have 0 views, and Twitter is just such a fucking cesspool. I really am entirely uninterested in being a part of that community. And then Blue Sky was broken, but they finally fixed the integration with the thing that I'm doing. And weirdly, LinkedIn. At first glance, LinkedIn seemed like it was a totally dead thing, which I think it probably largely is. But there's like some cool game devs and stuff on there. So I've been connecting with people, messaging with people, being tagged in things, tagging others in things. We love it. Bailar de gato. Right? No, bailo is I dance. Yeah, so bailar de gato I think would be like the dance of the cat. I think that's correct. MySpace, yeah, totally. Hey, Papa, how's it going? Good to see you. Baile de gato. Sí. Bueno. Or del gato. De gato? Del gato. Baile del gato? But yeah, so that's all super cool. People seem to be digging it. So we're going to be continuing with all of that. It's fun and easy to put together. All the Spanish I know is no hablo español. I don't speak Spanish, indeed. What else? Oh yeah, so yesterday. Sorry, I was not on yesterday. I very much wanted to be on yesterday. I had plans to be on yesterday. But I decided, in light of the drama with Oh, sorry, I just got a Discord message from a client. Yay, we love those. With the drama with Bitwig, that's what I was talking about. I did end up all super. Oh, super. You've gifted 34 subs. Absolute lunatic. Absolute mad lad you are. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Very, very, very kind of you. No, after all the drama with Bitwig, which I think I talked about on Tuesday, I did end up requesting a refund on my Bitwig purchase. So that's a bummer. In light of that, I'm like, we gotta find a way to make Studio One work. And so yesterday, my whole task yesterday was I did get the refund. They were fine about it. One of my least favorite things in the tech world, and this is, again, I'm pretty sure we were talking about this on Tuesday. One of my least favorite things in the world is when a tech company tries to make their users pay to be beta testers. It's so toxic and so bad. And it is like a rampant issue in software and in gaming right now, where it's just these companies. And I'm so shocked because Bitwig is like such an indie little upstart kind of a thing. It's like, typically that's not really how things go with small, like usually it's like the big super, super overly corporatized AAA games or like, huge pieces of commercial software like Office or something, I don't even know what, but it's a very corporate thing to do, is be like, hey, we sort of half-baked a product that doesn't really work, but if you want to pay us $70 for it to beta test it and be frustrated by it, then maybe in 9 months we'll charge you again to upgrade to something that actually works. Like, it's such a terrible business model. And so it was very surprising to see Bitwig kind of do that, or at least kind of set things up in a way that felt like that. It was really, really a bummer. So... it's, I don't want to talk too much smack about them because I do think it's a very cool piece of software. And I think it's, it has, this version 6 has a ton of potential to be something incredibly neat, but where it stands right now, it's just not, it's not there. And the older version that is stable is quite old. And they added a lot of stuff, or claim to be adding a lot of stuff in 6 that would be very important for me in terms of like how it handles automation lanes and all other kinds of things. So anyways, so I spent all of yesterday doing a completely scratch fresh from the ground up reinstall and update of basically everything that I own. Money and fear of being publicly shamed are things I don't have. I love it. It was a grueling process because I started here and I went around in a giant circle. It was like, updated the firmware on the Arturia, updated all of my Arturia plugins, updated the MIDI control center, updated the Complete 61, updated all the native instrument stuff, updated the APC 40, etc., etc., etc. I did everything. Took like 10 hours to do. And I completely deleted Studio One. I lost all of my mappings, which sucks. I will have to rebuild all of those, which will take a very long time to do because they're mappings that I have accrued over many, many years. But I kind of figured out some of what I think are the problems. I won't get into them specifically, but like there were some firmware and software mismatches here and there. I also did not realize that Studio One, every major version, does an install without removing the previous versions. So I finally went in, because you don't go back into these program files unless you really have a reason to like double and triple check things. And I went into like program files pre-Sonus, and I realized that every single version of Studio One going back to like Studio One 4 was installed on my machine and fully functioning, could be launched. That's going to cause some issues for sure. I went through everything with a fine-tooth comb, and things seem to be significantly more stable, which is great. So the hope is that Studio One should run much, much better now. Like I said, I'm a little annoyed because I had a lot of custom mappings and a lot of like custom file and folder organization worked out. All of my plugins were really meticulously organized and tagged, and I had a ton of like preset chains and things in Studio One that I was using for things. All of that is gone, which sucks. Fortunately, that's not actual like work for clients, right? That's all stuff that makes my life a little bit easier, so it'll slow me down a little bit as I rebuild those things, but it's, you know, it's not the total end of the world. So yeah, it seems to be much more stable. I'm very grateful for that. And I also was able to fix a couple of other things where I had some like I have some of the GoodHurts plugins and those were not registering correctly. I couldn't figure out why. I figured that out. I also pivoted from Bitwig and I went and obtained myself a copy of Ableton. That's how we'll say it. So I'm going to be playing around with Ableton for the live looping stuff. It was pretty easy to get it set up because it works very similarly to Bitwig. So yeah, we're that is what we are. Yeah, I have a funny relationship with Ableton because I've certainly used it many times in the past. I hadn't used it for a long time. I always got really turned off from it because it just works so strangely to me. Like I'm very used to like traditional DAWs like Pro Tools, Cubase, Studio One, Logic, where everything's very like, you know, it works more or less kind of like a big fancy tape machine. Ableton does not work that way at all. Ableton works very differently. But my initial just playing around with it yesterday, I was like, actually, this is pretty dope. There are downsides to it to be aware of Ableton, you mean? No. I mean, it's a workflow thing, you know, like like I am so used to Studio One, and Bitwig worked enough like Studio One where I'm like, okay, this jump I can make. The main thing is like here, I can't really pull up Ableton because I have Studio One running, but basically like the fundamental thing that immediately I was like, oh, I just cannot work this way was, when you hit play in Studio One and you're playing back a song, your playhead's going, well, here, for you guys, the playhead's going along like this, right? And then you hit stop. The playhead stops there, and then you hit play again, and it keeps going, right? This is how like a tape machine works. If you've ever played a cassette or used any kind of analog device, like you could think of it as pause in the digital sense, but like that's how it works. In Ableton, when you hit stop, it goes back to the beginning of the track. Yeah, or any video editor ever. Absolutely. When you hit stop in Ableton, it goes back to the beginning of the track or to like the previous marker or something, which that is just such a fundamental, like I am so used to working through a session and listening through things that way, that is such a big, it sounds like a small thing, but it's such a big shift in how you, like, for example, if I'm doing, yeah, some DAWs do it by default, but most DAWs you can change that. They call it a tape style transport is usually what it's called. And you can set it up to do either, because like newer DAWs work that way. Older DAWs or DAWs that are more geared towards mixing don't work that way. And that's the way that I very much prefer. Ableton, you cannot change that at all. It works the one way, and that is it. And that actually, I guess, you know, to answer your question more directly, Joffrey, one of the downsides to Ableton is it is very, at least as the software is, as it comes, it is very, it is not very customizable at all. It kind of works how it works, and that's it. Just for me, so I understand, feedbacks from the first hour of stream. Generally speaking, yeah. Today and tomorrow is going to be a little bit different because I'm actually kind of, I'm not out of work, but I don't have any work to do today, which is a little unusual. I've worked through a bunch of stuff, and I am just waiting to hear, like I'm waiting to hear back from Christian on the tracks we're doing for him. I'm waiting to hear back from the Salvage devs. To plan the next round of tracks with them. I'm waiting to hear back from Chris on the sync piece. He still has to do vocals for that. So I have found myself without any specific tasks to do for today. So we can talk about that in a bit. But anyways, yeah, Ableton is like, it's very rigid in how it is set up, and you can't customize much about how it works. That being said, I was not hip to just how much Max for Live can do and how many Max for Live community devices there are out there. Once I started looking into that late last night, I was like, oh, you can do a lot to build workflows in Ableton. You need to go find a bunch of Max for Live stuff, and it's all community developed sort of little plugins that change aspects of how it works. But you can do an enormous amount of customization with those, which is quite cool. So I don't have plans to produce in Ableton. I am, as of right now, mostly planning on just using it for live performance and looping, which now I get to start all that from scratch, which is fine. But yeah, so I think that with the Max for Live stuff, and I've already gotten a handful of little bits and bobs. I was working on that a little bit this morning. Yeah, super. We'll talk about that. That is yeah, that is a topic for not on stream. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so the live looping stuff, I'm rebuilding some of the tracks that I had on the Ableton side, and I will be practicing those and try shift space. Okay, I had read about that, and that's fine. I use control surfaces, so all of these have start and stop on them, and I'm very used to hitting stop and having it do what I want it to do. And like, again, that's talk about customizability. To my knowledge and from my research, you cannot remap any of that. I haven't looked into it yet. There may be some Max for Live devices that allow you to remap that. It's kind of hard to parse out. But it's something that is more important for production. Like when I'm doing the live performance stuff, I'm doing entirely clips and looping. I'm not worried about navigating an arrangement or a full production. So that's like very back burner for right now. If I start playing around with Ableton and I'm like, oh, this is going to be super dope for production, cooler than Studio One is, now that Studio One is working again, I may think about making that pivot a little bit more seriously. But for right now, we have Studio One that is set up much, much, much better than, and running much, much, much better than it was. I've been going through some of the old problematic sessions, and it all seems to be working quite splendiferously, quite well. So I'm very pleased. No crashes yet. We're gonna cross our fingers. We're gonna knock on wood. One of my lovely old vintage basses. But anyway, so that's kind of the update with all of that. But yeah, so for today, I really don't have anything super specific to work on because, as I said, I am kind of waiting to hear back on a couple of things for direction and kind of what's coming next on a couple of projects. I do want to sorry, I just got a very important email from a different client. Indeed. That's fun. I'll have to email them back. Love to continue using Reaper, but not that much of a customize everything guy. It's the same reason I wouldn't use Arch. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I vibe with that. And like Studio One is really nice because it always feels to me like it has enough customizability in the areas that I like, and there's enough. It's easy enough to do that you don't feel like you're going totally crazy. Reaper is like, when I played around with Reaper, like I opened it and I was like, this looks bizarre. Like this doesn't visually make any sense to me. Like where's all of the buttons? And then I realized like, oh, you build all your toolbars yourself, and stock, it looks not great visually. And so you go find themes, and people have done these insane like reskins to make it look exactly like Pro Tools or make it look like an old Neve console or something. It's like, Jesus, like, okay. I mean, that's all very cool. I don't super have a ton of time to go that deep. I mean, I would love to like build a whole totally custom deal. But that's like a bit much as far as I'm concerned. But anyways, so I have some ideas for things that we can do on stream today, because my content has been a little bit spotty in terms of what I'm doing now on stream to edit for next week. So I thought it would be fun to do some different things like that. We could do a free, check out another free plugin. That's always fun. We checked out Soul on Tuesday. That was very neat. Can do another like little education breakdown-y thing about a cool topic. We could do modes today. Modes are always fun. And then I want to do, I think, some track breakdowns. I just like open up some cool stuff that we've produced recently, or maybe not so recently, and just talk through like the Aries stuff. I really have never done a proper on-stream track breakdown of any of the, like I've played the stuff on Aries and I've talked about it plenty, but I've never opened the original sessions and been like, cool, let's go through piece by piece and look at exactly like what makes these tunes what they are, because they were some of the worst sessions that were crashing Studio One like crazy. And now I finally seem to have sorted that out and they're opening pretty well again. So, we could do something for that, something for salvage. I did this fantasy IVN project last year that's very cool and has a lot of cool music for it, more on the like orchestrally stuff that you'd like, Super, actually. Really like kind of mellow, high fantasy with tinges of sci-fi kind of vibes. And then, of course, feedback. If anybody, the hee-hee. I think that's supposed to be tee-hee-hee. But the hee-hee is much funnier. Those are some ideas of what we can do for today. If anybody has feedback, that's what I was saying. Exclamation point feedback in chat on the Twitch side will get you a link to the feedback track. I also just noticed it does not seem like, is YouTube not working? Is YouTube stream not working? Let's find out. Normally I see the little indicator that it's working correctly. But it does not seem to be. Is everything fine over here? Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. We just have no one watching on the YouTube side. That's okay. I understand. So anyways, I guess, what do we want to do? Do you guys want to start with plugin review? Do you want to start with a little education bippity bop, or something else entirely? Track breakdowns? We can kind of do whatever. It's up to you guys. I also realize there's actually not a ton of people in here on the Twitch side either, which is also okay. But I will go ahead and at least get. Actually, you know what? One thing while we're thinking about what we want to do, I do need to get. We hang. Oh no, I know. It's all good. I think there's. Who else in here? Oh yeah, we got a couple people. It's good. It's good. Can you use Video React to show you the first 4 minutes of a track of a new emerging genre that you find very inspiring? Absolutely. That sounds like a ton of fun. Please, by all means. This is something I've been meaning to do, is figure out the correct way to Video React to get this thing working again. Our on-screen keyboard, because that's very important. But first, well, I just broke OBS. Oh no. Oh. Hey, thanks for the follow, friend. Not, what is that? Nindrian? Adrian? Nindrian? What's up? Thanks for tuning in. There we go. Okay, OBS is fixed. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, man. I appreciate the follow. We are currently checking out a video from Joffrey, who's here in chat with us, of a new genre that he has discovered that he finds inspiring and interesting. Thal. Okay. You just got your first synthesizer. Congratulations, man. That's super cool. What'd you get? Op 6. Very good. Excellent. This is definitely making me want to do a track breakdown for Ares, because this is like this is not dissimilar to the stuff I did for Ares, but just much, much, much more extreme in that direction. You make a solo band. Excellent. I love that. Do you just play keys, or do you play other stuff? Jesus. It's so very atmospheric. Yeah, this is like avant-garde horror scoring meets let's make the EP in a dark room on ass. Oh my god. No, none of that. That would be fucking horrifying. Oh, that would be way too much. You were made of stronger stuff than I am. If you were able to get through this while on LSD, that's insane. Oh yeah. Fascinating. Yeah, it's very textural, like modern avant-garde scoring and like sound design on top of insanely heavy, like not even gent, like I don't even know. There's so many little paradigms of metal at this point. I don't even know what they all are. But on that note, let's kick things off for today's stream with a track breakdown. Be using guitars, synth, and drums. Just want to try making rap. Okay, very cool. Well, Gent and Deathcore's Sorrowful Child. Sure. It's a very good description. No, Nindrian, that's rad. I also play drums and keys and guitar and basses. And am currently working on I guess you could say a sort of solo band situation using Ableton, doing live looping and triggering stuff. I will be debuting that on stream coming soon, trademark. But in the meantime, yeah, no, it's a good time. We love it. But no, on that note, I think, Joffrey, you've heard some of the Ares stuff, right? I feel like I've played it when you've been on stream. But I want to do like an actual proper track breakdown, briefly. Yeah. So I think you will like this. But we're going to take a look at this tune. So this is a tune called Office that I did for the Ares VR OST. And in case you guys don't know what Ares is, a lot of people in my chat found me on Twitch because of Ares. But it is it's still in development, but it's a stealth action VR game. And the whole concept of the game is you are definitely Nindrian. Yeah, I'll start doing those streams. I mean, I'm hoping within the next week or two, I'll be able to work up some tunes. I've been going through some software and hardware issues of late. But yeah, well, that's also okay. So maybe not Office because those are still those samples still aren't showing up. This is the other problem when I completely reinstalled Studio One is a bunch of my samples went away as well. So we won't do that one. We'll do I don't know, Facility. Facility's pretty cool. Hang on, let me get that. Let me get that found and pulled up here. There you are. No, so yeah, Ares, stealth action VR game. You play the role of a woman named Diana Brewer, who is like a CIA researcher that works in like this super top secret CIA facility that has recently recovered an alien artifact. And in researching this thing, you touch it physically and it like sends you to this alternate dimension. And then you basically have to kind of fight your way back out through the facility in this alternate dimension, fighting against this like AI security system. And so a lot of the score for it was very influenced by classic stealth action games, Splinter Cell, Metal Gear Solid, stuff like that. But I did some kind of genty stuff. And I did a lot of drum and bass stuff, a lot of cool guitars, a lot of very gritty synth things. But it was a very, very good time to put together. And there's a ton of like interesting automation and all sorts of different kinds of fun things. So, using DAW2, who's creating this game that you're describing. So the developers are called Sable Digital, and they are relatively well known for their work in Roblox. Actually, they have a couple of pretty successful Roblox experiences, and Ares is actually being built in Roblox as well, even though it looks like a total like amazing AAA game. They're doing it all inside of Roblox, which is extremely impressive. I need to just reload a couple of samples here. This is why I was trying to avoid completely reinstalling why I try to avoid completely reinstalling my DAW, because it causes massive issues with old sessions. And I have to do all kinds of annoying things. Like re-download all of my samples. And I am then trying to do things, and it's not working. Oh boy. Hang on a second here. Ten more seconds. Oh, indeed. Wrestling software is the most draining part of music. Mr. Computer, I just want to do the thing. That's all any of us ever want to do, right? Okay, you're back. Excellent. Thank you. Oh. Thanks for sticking with me through the ads. I wish they didn't have to happen, but sadly, Mama Twitch gets mad. Yeah, no. So what I've noticed, Super, is it will and this is why I've never really. I tried to monitor this very early on and figure out how can I coordinate and know when it's happening. It's a cycle that is different for every single user. And it all starts on when somebody tunes in. So there's actually no real way to track what is happening and when for anyone when it comes to ads. Which is super annoying and kind of frustrating, to be honest with you. But hang on. Studio One, what's going on? Why are we not launching? Yeah, so I basically have just I have settled on just if I'm doing feedback for somebody, I would expect them to be like, oh shit, I just got an ad. And then I will pause, doing any kind of feedback for them while they get through the ad. And then I took Twitch is like, hey, here's the point that we recommend putting your ads. And I did it 2 or 3 clicks less than that. Because I know if I've read if you do too few ads, it like doesn't show your stream to people. It disincentivizes it in the algorithm, which is lame and annoying, but I guess makes sense. You know, Twitch is trying to make money for daddy Amazon. So yeah, that's how I am. I'm just like, I'm not even gonna try to like deal with this because it's clearly not designed to make it easy for you to pull back on the ad space stuff. I mean, you know, Twitch it's not great. It's definitely less greedy than other platforms. There are much, much, much worse platforms out there. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the landscape these days for pretty much everything. YouTube is kind of the last one that's like not doing like direct monetization stuff like that. You can do channel members and then you can do YouTube Premium, but it's blissfully less obtrusive than that. Someday we'll get to listen to this song, I promise. And this it is actually going to load and launch. That I am confident of. Okay, see, I told you. Learning mixing and mastering too, synthesis, and the basics of synthesis, but only from what I've read. Awesome, very cool, man. Well, I will give you my little spiel, Nindrian, so that you know what's going on around here. Hi, I'm Nathan Scott. Thank you for checking out the. Oh, super! You're too kind. You read 4 books. Wow, strong work. That's a lot of books. We love that. No, I am a professional producer, composer, mixmaster, engineer, and multi-instrumentalist. I've been full-time in the music world for 16 years now. Most of my work these days is doing video game scoring, which is exactly what we're looking at here. But I also do like artist production. I do freelance mixing and mastering. Yeah, that's because this session is so insane. That was my CPU going, I have too much audio processing to do right now. But no, so mostly what my stream is about is me doing actual like production work for clients. I talk through my process. I talk about what, software I use, plugins, talk about music theory, songwriting, composition, all those kinds of things. I also do feedback for people. If you have a track that you want to share and get feedback on that you're working on, you can do exclamation point feedback in chat as a chat command. And that'll get you a link to a little form where you can submit your track and I'll listen to it. And sometimes I'll do song requests. I'm going to start doing the live looping thing. But yeah, so that's kind of the deal around here. But no, so this is a track called Facility. And this is, again, from this stealth action VR game, Ares. So a lot of what I tried to do with the score here was look at the level design and the environment design of the different areas that these tracks are for and implement sound, what you could call like diegetic sound design. So using sounds that are reminiscent of those environmental elements as part of the track. And as we listen through it, I will show you how some of that stuff is happening. But this is an amalgamation of all the different layers. If you look at the full session, there's 3 alternate variations of this track, or 3 different sort of layers that get triggered based on game conditions. So we have basically like the enemies that you're facing. It's a stealth game, right? So you have different alert states for the enemies. You have them being not alert of anything, like totally passive, and you're sneaking through the level. You then have a suspicion state where they've noticed something and are actively looking for you, but you're not in active combat. And then you have full alert combat mode, right? So these 3 different variations of the tracks are basically 3 different layers that incorporate a lot of the same elements, but can build in intensity and be triggered dynamically and adaptively based on those layers, right? So this this version at the end is the OST version, the soundtrack version for release, but it incorporates elements of all 3 of those layers. So it starts with the ambiance layer. just vibes out for a second. And then the first thing that comes in here is the suspicion layer. So now we're into the combat textures, right? And I'm realizing there's actually one element in here. Hang on, I have to fix something. Is it you? Yes, it is you. Why are you being difficult? Why is this doing what it's doing? This is terrible. Hang on. No worries, Nitrian. We gotta... There we go. Is that better? Excellent. Okay, that's fixed now. I'm sorry, that was driving me crazy. I'm like, there's a delay flutter in there that's wrong. What's happening? That's what happens when you reinstall everything. Yes, bass tone. Thank you. Yes, the bass tone is pretty scrumptious. So just looking through those first couple of sections, let's take a look at everything that we have going on. I separate everything in my session into buses, right? So I have a full keys sort of section bus here that has a bunch of different elements. We have this almost sort of harpsichord-ish kind of sound with some nice pitch shifted delay on it. We have this ambient patch, which is, what are you? Are you Ethereal Earth probably from Native Instruments? Yes, so that's Ethereal Earth from Native Instruments. And then we have the kind of lead sound, which I took from like funk production. So it's actually the cowbell from an 808. But set up as like a melodic sample, right? With a ton of compression on it. What all do we have on that? Yeah, a ton of compression, some distortion, some verb, a little bit of EQ. And then we have this kind of droney, very glitchy vibe, which is a Selena string machine. Which is a very old school kind of string synthesizer. So that raw on its own sounds just like that, right? But first we add DS Tantra, which is an incredibly cool kind of glitch and modulation effect that does a lot of real-time, not slicing and like resampling, it can do that. But it's like a very, very fancy envelope follower, shaper, gate kind of situation. So that adds a ton of rhythm and texture to it. Then we go into a little bit of cassette emulation from Cassette Waves Factory, one of my favorite plugins of all time. Just gives it a little bit more vibe. Then a boatload of compression, courtesy of, what the fuck are chords? Yeah, sure, definitely. That's a great idea. Then we have the XLA3 from Plugin Alliance, which is like a super hardcore, kind of old school, real nasty sounding compressor. Then we have Xtrem, which I'm also using as an envelope shaper to give it even more rhythm and to like, kind of chop it even a little bit more so that it's kind of doing this like 16th note pluck thing. And then we're widening it using binaural pan, which is just built into Studio One. And then we have a really nice, gentle-ish bandpass filter centered around 2K-ish. And so you put it all together. And I'm just doing a little pitch bend on the pitch wheel on my keyboard to like make it rise. No worries, Nindrian. Hope to see you back. Thanks for hanging out. So that is kind of all of that on that particular sound. Next, we have the guitar layer, which this is my 8-string going through Archetype Gojira from Neural DSP. Phenomenal. It always resizes to be gigantic, but other than that, it's the best amp sim on the planet as far as I'm concerned for super dirty tones like that. Real modern metal gent stuff. Then we have my 74 jazz bass going through Amplitube. Nice and gritty. And then when it gets to the drums, we have our primary loop, which is me playing that groove in Superior Drummer and then rendering that down to a track. And we've got Wolf Compressor on that, which is one of my favorite compressors on planet Earth from Goodhertz. Just immediately turns anything into just giant, insane, awesome breakbeat madness. We also then have just a little bit of extra backup on the kick, just for a tiny little bit of extra attack. So like without it, and then with it, it just adds a little bit more snap on the front end of the kick. Then we have Impact, which is the native drum rack in Superior Drummer, with just doing some kind of general textural stuff to add a little bit more character. Right? And then we have, I was talking about like the diegetic sort of sound design ideas, right? So these are all sounds of me literally grabbing stuff in my kitchen and banging on it. So pots, pans, all kinds of things. If you pull all of the effects off of it, it's literally me with pots and pans just whacking them with drumsticks and mallets. But then you know, like for example, what all do we even have here? I can probably tell you exactly what each one is. Oh, that one might be missing actually. Now that I think about it, I gotta go track that one. It's pretty minor, but so that's like probably whacking the bottom of a pot. That I think is like a coffee mug. That's like a cookie sheet. That's a couple of cookie sheets put together, I think. I don't remember what that is. But you cut all of those samples and you turn it into a cool groove, and then you just add compression, saturation, distortion, all basic tools. There's nothing really too crazy on any of these. There's a little distortion, compression there, a little bit of filtering, EQ, tape sim. This thing's going through a guitar amp. And I went with all those sounds because at this point in the game, you're in this deep, not underground, but you're like down in kind of the depths of this facility, and it's very industrial. There's a lot of pipes and sort of dumpstery things and old filing cabinets. It's all very, very industrial. And so I wanted a bunch of sonic textures that would reflect that, just basically a bunch of metal clanging around, which is also why I picked the impact kit that I did. So if you listen to the full groove, it just turns into something super grindy and very industrial feeling, but also very, very groovy all at the same time. Which I think is pretty neat. And then we have our last layer down here is more just sound effects type stuff, which is mostly just crashes and little accent sounds to help smooth out transitions. And reversed. All kinds of stuff like that. So there you hear there's that 808 funk lead, cowbell lead, right? And then it goes back over to the really cool grindy synth. And then we also have that harpsichord sort of piano sound just coming in and punctuating a bunch of moments with real big low hits. But the other thing that's going on here, and what was actually the bulk of a lot of the work on this whole soundtrack, is a lot of the automation stuff. So if we sort of zoom in here, and let me get this out of the way. These are all different automation lanes that I have on the beat. So in addition to organizing everything through track folders and busting everything down through track folders, over here, it's we have the SFX folder, percussion folder, et cetera, et cetera. We also have then additional buses where it's all of the groove elements of the mix, right, are going into this beat submix here. And that I have an EQ for doing filter sweeps that's fully automated. I have this plugin Glitch 2, this is a super old school, amazing plugin that does just real-time glitch effects. It's kind of like Beat Repeat from Ableton, but on absolute steroids with a bunch of other effects in it. But you can do retriggering, distortion, modulating, and you sequence all of those effects as if they are MIDI notes, essentially. So what it's great for is using it for transitions. So this automation lane here is that glitch effect turning on and off. And so it's handling all of our drum fills essentially in transitions. And then when you combine that with other sorts of automation on individual tracks, and then just a lot of like manual chopping and slicing of things. Like, for instance, back here for this transition, I'm just combining actually physically, like, or not physically, but going through and manually cutting and chopping all of those events, like the guitar, the bass, and then the drum kit, and then, accentuating it down here with different percussion programming stuff. And then adding that glitch effect on top makes for really, really interesting and very cool transitions. Ballpark estimate on this, probably 10 hours, somewhere in that neighborhood. So not too terribly long. Probably took about 10 hours to put together from start to finish. And that's including everything here. That's actually very long for me, for a track. When you really get used to working in a DAW and you do it all day, every day for a long time, and you've got deadlines for projects, you learn how to work very efficiently. It's actually a very important skill. So yeah, 10, maybe 12, something like that. But the initial track, because it all started with these, and we'll go back in a minute here and we'll look at these 3 different layers and how they all kind of interact as well. But it all starts with the combat version, and then I essentially strip that down for Suspicion, strip that down even further for Ambiance, and then that all gets pulled over here and edited and kind of reworked into the OST version. So, and speaking of the OST version, this is a whole section that I added after the fact that is only in the soundtrack release version of this. This section is not in the combat or any of the in-game tracks, because those tracks are rather short. They're like less than 2 minutes each, as in-game tracks usually are. And so I wanted to do something really interesting and different with the OST version. And so I did this insane, super heavy breakdown. It's all the same elements, just reworked, and a few new guitar ideas added. It's a big filter sweep. And then the track just kind of mellows out from there. But yeah, Joffrey, that's why I wanted to play some of this stuff for you, because this is like as close as I've ever gotten to doing that sort of thal, as you called it, stuff. But the guitars here are pretty fun. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, There are certainly plugins that will do this kind of stuff. Oh, thanks, Chris. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. There are certainly plugins that will do this kind of stuff for you. It's honestly faster most of the time for me to just go in here and be like, up, boop, chop, repeat, 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 repeat. Super. You're crazy. You're gifting everybody all of the subscriptions. You're too kind. You're too kind. By the time we start working on your game, I'm going to like owe you money. So yeah, that's just a ton of editing, a ton of manual pitch shifting, because one of my favorite features in Studio One is you can just go in here and just transpose things around to wherever you want, and it pitch shifts them for you. So, well, I appreciate that, man. So it's very, it's very, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's just, it's a lot of getting in there and like kind of nitty gritty, more meticulous work to like make all of those chops, but it's also very fun and very, very creative. And you can make it do exactly what you want it to do, as opposed to using tools like a beat repeat style plugin or Glitch or Tantra or something like that, or Stutter Edit from Isotope or something. And those are all great tools. And I use those as well. They're just, different, you've got hammers and you've got screwdrivers. They're different tools for different purposes. So yeah, that is pretty much the whole track. The outro is kind of more of the same. But who is making all that delightful hiss? Who is that? Sometimes you find things hiding in your mix and you go, what's the dog doing? Ah, it's Wolf Compressor. Of course it is. And then in terms of like melody and harmony stuff, there isn't really a whole lot super interesting going on here. It's all just kind of like Phrygian-ish stuff. I don't honestly even remember what key it's in. Probably D, if I had to take a wild guess. Or maybe E, maybe B. I don't know. I'd have to look. But it's all just kind of general Phrygian vibes. And that's with a game like this, and especially tracks like this that are more ambiance tracks, they're underscore tracks. Depending on what you're going for in the score, you can absolutely do a whole lot with harmony and melody and, very complex stuff like that. But in games in this genre and with the overall vibe, it's also totally okay and honestly kind of expected sometimes to just like hang out in a general key center kind of tonic vibe and call it good. So we didn't worry too much about that. But what I did worry about was the initial production of all of this stuff, which are these in-game elements. So I originally started with the combat version. So like when an enemy catches you, two things happen. One, a big alert sound sting that I produced starts. That's like a big alarm bell kind of a thing sounds. And that covers the transition into yes, exactly, super. And that just, it's all the kind of same parts, more or less in the same order with the like. And then it all loops back around. right? And it's really nice, honestly, to have when you're doing a combat loop. I don't usually advocate for having a ton of silence or like real space, but it is nice to break things down a little bit here and there and have parts that are like more focused just on drums or more focused on um, yeah, like simpler elements stripped back a little bit. You can help us understand the fundamental properties of the bass sound. So this is just purely live bass, and honestly, you can't really get a bass sound like this. This is very much a like live bass player approach to getting that bass sound. So it's a 1974 jazz bass, as I said, all the controls wide open. So both pickups turned all the way up, the tone knob turned all the way up, with brand new strings on it being played with a pick. So you get a lot of natural attack out of that sound. So I can play you just like the starting. Actually, that's probably neck pickup now that I think about it. Only neck pickup. It's just a loop of me playing that. And then Amplitube is doing the vast majority of that tone. So we have the Ampeg SVX Pro model in Amplitube, and it's just being driven really hard. So this is literally all this tone is a good bass into a good amp sim with some grit, and then a little bit of compression. The compressor's not even really doing all that much. That's all the compression there is on it. We also have a little bit of tape saturation, just warming things up, courtesy of Softube Tape. And then a little EQ to clean out that 250 mud that you often get, and then boost around 5K to really pull out the pick attack. So like that's kind of the tricky thing. Like the best way to go about this with MIDI would be if you could find a good bass performance library. Nope, nothing. That's literally like if I turn just the amp off. And then the amp back on. But there's no distortion pedal. That's literally just the gain on the amp head being driven relatively hard. And that's sometimes like when you have a nice, this is why I always come back to this point in production when I'm talking to people about stuff. Like if you have a good part that's played on a good instrument by someone who knows how to play, you have won 99% of the battle. Like if it's a crummy sounding, low quality instrument that's not in tune being played by somebody who's not very good and the part is bad, you could have the nicest synth plugins, real original vintage analog synths, $1 million mixing console in a $20 million studio. The part's not going to sound very good. Is there a big difference between the gain in this type of plugin and Ableton stock utility plugins drive knob? Yes, absolutely. Big difference. So what this is doing is this is emulating what's called an Ampeg SVT, which is a very famous and very widely used bass amplifier. So it's emulating that, and then also a big Ampeg, what we call a fridge, big Ampeg 8x10 bass cabinet in a room. So this plugin is called Amplitube from IK Multimedia, and I love this plugin. Because it basically is your ultimate amplifier studio, quite literally, to where you've got dozens and dozens and dozens of different amp heads for guitar and bass, and then dozens and dozens of cabinets, of like speaker cabinets, and then different rooms and different miking configurations, and you can literally move the mics around physically, which is incredibly, incredibly cool. And you have like a whole blending section where you little mixer where you can pick the different mics that you're using. But the nature of the distortion here is going to be it's specifically a model of this specific amplifier's sound. Whereas like a utility just gain or drive knob is just going to be like, second order total harmonic distortion very cleanly introduced into your signal. It's not trying to like model a specific analog process. So from that perspective, like, yeah, this is a very specific thing, and you would get that kind of a sound from an amp sim. It doesn't have to be this exact amp sim, but you would want to use an amp simulator to get this particular kind of drive. But really where most of that tone is coming from, and I want to see if I can plug this in real quick. I'm going to have just a comical amount of latency, but I can at least, the point will stand. Let's see here. Oh, we need, hang on. I got to fix something real quick. I haven't even dealt with this yet, have I? Huh. That's funny. That's fine. We'll just add. What, analog 3? Right? No, analog 2. Right? Hang on. What's going on here? Trying to get this. Looks like you got Studio One. Yes, Chris, I spent literally the entirety of yesterday working on a completely fresh install of Studio One. It was nightmarish. Absolutely nightmarish. There we go. Okay. So with this bass as it is right now, the strings are a lot older and a lot more dead than they were when I originally recorded this part. So even if I play this now, it doesn't have that same amount of grit to it. I can push the input a little bit, but you're almost getting a little bit more clipping. Where most of that grit is coming from isn't even in the amp. It is from literally the sound of the metal of the string and the metal of the frets on the instrument rattling against each other. And you don't hear that as much now because the strings are deader. Like I've played these strings for longer, so they're not as bright and they're not as present. Back when I recorded this part, you can hear how bright and sizzly it is. So that's really where most of that texture is coming from. And the issue is that like the only way to get that, quote unquote, in the MIDI domain would be to find a library, which I don't really know of. I know there's a ton of them. I don't have any specific recommendations because I'm a bass player, so I just play bass. But there's definitely libraries out there where you can do MIDI like bass parts, and it's samples of a real bass player playing a real bass. You could get this sound that way and then just run that into a good amp sim, like an Ampeg style amp sim. But because it's a good bass, and I did a good job of playing the original part, the instrument was really in tune and in good condition, and I'm using a good, it's like that's all you need for a fabulously, and on its own, it's kind of hollow and scooped, and there's a lot of hiss in it. Like it doesn't actually sound like that great of a bass tone when you solo it, but in conjunction with the rest of the mix, it's present in all the places that it needs to be present. It's not muddy, and it's like it pokes out on top so you can hear the pick grit, and then it's like low and subby, so it fits kind of in between the like lows of the percussion and then the super ultra lows of the kick drum, right? So, and that's another funny thing that you'll find, and this applies to like all of mixing, is like sometimes the right answer to your sound is not to make it sound as good as it possibly can. It's to make it sound how it needs to sound to fit well in the mix. And if you solo it, it might sound like total garbage, but it'll fit beautifully in the mix and do, kind of serve the purpose that you want it to serve. Which is why I always recommend like mixing things. There's everybody has a strong habit, I feel like, myself included, of like soloing tracks while you're mixing and going, okay, I'm going to just focus on these drums and think about nothing else and get them sounding great. And then I'm going to mute those drums and go over to the bass and just focus on this bass tone. And then I'm going to mute those. And you do that through your whole mix, and then you unmute everything, and suddenly it sounds like insane. And you're like, wait, what happened? I spent so much time making everything sound good. It's like they all sound good individually. They don't necessarily all sound good together. And so when you are constantly bouncing back and forth, listening to just the sound and then listening to it in context, it'll help you make much better decisions about how to get things to sit appropriately in the mix, right? So anyway, that's kind of the situation with the bass tone there. But so this is all the combat track, and it loops around, really nice and clean. And so then we need more layers. We need these additional adaptive layers for these different alert states for our enemies, right? And so I bounced over a bunch of the elements, like the sort of harpsichord-y piano vibe with the, nice sort of pitch shifted delay stuff on it. The real growly, that's not the real growly. The real growly risery synth. Oh, where'd you go? Excuse me. Where are you? Where are you, synthesizer? What's happening? Oh, is there automation going on here? That's supposed to be in there. Why is it not in there? Interesting. I haven't opened the session in a while, so it's not perfect. But then I also added this really nice kind of ambient pad from Ethereal Earth. And that's kind of the main focus of the ambiance version of the track, which we'll get to in a second. But it's just basically pulling some of the more spacious elements, like there's none of the bass or the drums or the guitars, but it's some of the more open elements. And then some of the higher percussion elements. So like it's our main beat from Impact, but now it has like a big automated bandpass filter kind of doing big filter sweepy things with it. All of which reads very much like there's no kick drum element. There's no clear snare drum element. This is all just kind of big texture. If you think of anything like Spy or anything sort of stealthy, it's all about like tension, right? Rhythmic tension, textural and sonic tension. So this is our suspicion layer for when the player has either just escaped combat and is on the run, or like did something that made the enemy suspicious. Right? Oh, super. What happened? Did you nab a spam bot before I even saw? Out of curiosity, do you have a practical, fast way to disable all or most of the reverb in the track for comparison? Ooh, that's a fun question. Not really, because I kind of throw reverbs all over the place, if I'm being honest. Generally, I will have some reverb sends. I don't know what all I am even using here. Let's look. I don't always do reverbs. I usually do reverb sends, but then I'll also put individual reverbs on tracks. So like for sure, ooh, neat. Thank you. Thank you, Super. Yeah, that's kind of right. Was I using Supermassive? I think I was using Supermassive. Yeah, there's not a huge amount of reverb on things. You can combat all the reverbs kind of accumulated together in a muddy way. You're just aware of that. That's a great question. You're just kind of aware of that as you're working. And I usually only, like, I very diligently high pass most things, at least if I'm doing my job. That's generally speaking what I'm doing. Especially on my buses. I'm not always perfect with it. Like I could probably stand to do that on this track, even on the but like on my guitars here, I have them high passed. Certainly on like a lot of the percussion layers, I will have things high passed, right? And so, like, as long as you're feeding your reverb a nice clean sound that has been appropriately treated, it's not going to like build up in places that you don't want it to build up. So it's, there's multiple different ways to kind of compact the guitar signal itself is I have that high pass filter on. Because if you look, if I shut that off, that's where you get all your mud from, right? That's what drives your reverbs crazy, and that's what builds up and makes your kick drums sound not good. You're not really losing much of the actual sound of the guitar. Like here it is without. And with. Like there's a little heft there that's being pulled out, but not much. And in return, you're really leaving a ton of room for all of your super low, super tight kick drum. That's focused way down here, 40, 50, 60 hertz, right? So it's common that the majority of all non-bass sounds get high passed. Absolutely. In like a theoretically really good mix, which I'm breaking my own rules here because I forgot to do it in a couple of spots. Like you should be high passing basically everything, even sometimes including bass. Funnily enough, like the one thing that you really generally wouldn't ever high pass would be your kick drum. But there are even guys who swear by high passing your entire mix at like 30 hertz. And like going into, if you're using something like Ozone, like I do, going into an EQ and literally doing like that, right? Because the sort of figuring there is that very few consumer speaker systems really do a whole lot below 40 hertz. And so at that point, having any sonic information beneath 40 hertz doesn't really get anything for anyone. Like even crazy powerful subwoofer systems in cars like struggle to have definition down that low. My mix monitors only go down to, I think, 32. Something like it would be practical to keep my kick separate from my general drum rack then. Honestly, yes, for a ton of different reasons, not just for EQing reasons, for compression reasons, and for side chaining reasons as well. It's always really, really nice to be able to treat your kicks a little bit separately. That is exactly why I have this kick over here that is kind of reinforcing. Like, that's fine, and if that kick sounds okay, but then we have this second separate kick so that I can blend that into taste. And certainly if you're doing something even more like electronic than this, that's how you're going to do all your side chaining. That's going to do that is how you're going to do a lot of your mix cleanup. And just ensure that your kick drum, which is arguably as important and critical a part of your mix as your vocal, as your snare. Oh, it's Callum over on the YouTube side. What's up, buddy? Thanks for the subscription. Good to see you. Yes, keeping your kick kind of separate, or at least like being able to send it to a separate output, extremely useful. But in any case, we have our combat. We then have our suspicion layer, and then finally we have our ambiance layer. And this is literally all the track is. And this was, when I was putting it together, was something that I was very like, I want something sort of Akira Yamaoka, Silent Hill-ish, that's like just texture. And doesn't even really have any kind of a sense of groove or a sense of anything, really. You know, it is just purely ambiance and texture. So there's like a few little random like beeps and noises just for environmental stuff, and then a few little like breaths sort of that I made out of cymbal swells. But they're extremely quiet. And then it's really just this lovely patch that I found in Ethereal Earth. Lost in Stratos. I'm sure with a ton of reverb on it. I don't even know if I did much else to it than that, because it's just a lovely patch on its own. Yeah, I did literally nothing to it. Because if you have Ethereal Earth, you can literally just go pull up this patch right now. Because it was exactly what I wanted. And so that just vibes. And the thing is if you look, all three of these tracks are exactly the same length. And we did that because Roblox doesn't have like a native implementation for a tool like Fmod or Wwise that can handle adaptive audio really easily. So you can do adaptive audio, you just have to code it. And so they decided that the easiest thing to do would just be to hard code play like slots for the music to be playing to the alert state of the enemy, and then have all three of these tracks, when a level starts, all three of these as OGG files just start looping concurrently. And what the enemy alert state is actually changing is which track is muted and which track isn't. And so it just adaptively and dynamically switches between them. So I had to write this combat tune in such a way that you can drop into it at pretty much any point. And it sounds like a combat track, right? To where there's no points where it's like particularly like quiet or particularly low energy, very consistent energy, but then also interesting enough over the span of whatever, minute and a half, whatever it is, 2 minutes, that it sounds like a complete piece of music in its own right and doesn't ever like lose your interest, but you can start and stop it literally anywhere and it's going to feel like a combat encounter, right? So it's kind of tricky from that. And then the same thing with the suspicion layer. So all three of them are looping in parallel, and then all the system is doing is saying, okay, ambiance is playing. Okay, like enemy alert has changed to suspicious. Whoop. Okay, full combat. Whoop. Back to suspicious. Right? And then it's covering those transitions with these stings that I made. These sort of SFX cues, sound design cues. So, and then you take all that and you edit it together.
Daxty wants feedback on their song.
Edit it all together into the OST version. What's up, Daxty? How's it going? Welcome on in. Yeah, we can definitely do feedback for you. Just go ahead. You'll see in chat there. You just got a link to a little Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me real quick, it just lets me know a little bit more about you and your track and what you're looking for feedback on specifically. And then I'd be more than happy to take a peek at it. Just let me know in chat when you have filled that out for me, and I will take a peek. Let me get it opened up here on the back end. But thanks for popping in. For the kick thing, is there any reason to not just keep the kick in the normal drum rack and send the kick into a return track? Oh, what's up, Birdland? A little water. Make it marginally easier to place notes so I don't need to exit. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's totally fine. Yeah, it's about the audio. It doesn't have to be like fully submitted or fully separated, rather. in terms of the MIDI, as long as you just have that audio on its own and you can send it to different places from the rest of your drums, then yeah, absolutely. You submitted? Okay, excellent. Let's take a look here. That's D, level 10, expert producer. I love it. You use Mixcraft. Excellent. Okay, very cool. Just wants to know whether or not we like it. Interesting. All right. So at my show on Monday. What were you specifically looking for? I mean, in the submission, you just said whether or not do you like it. Personally, not something that I would probably listen to. But that's just, this kind of stuff is not super like my personal favorite thing. I'm happy to give you like technical feedback on the mix and stuff. If you would like. But yeah, I mean, it's neat. But clearly other people have liked it. It's got 1 million plays. So congratulations on that. That's pretty slick. I mean, very creatively put together. I'll say that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what you didn't check anything on the feedback thing. So I'm not entirely sure what you're after in terms of feedback on it. Do I like the Crazy Frog? I did not hear anything from Crazy Frog in there. If you mean that like original track, the Crazy Frog track from 20 years ago. Oh yeah, I sort of hear some of those samples. The mixing, I think overall, like the way you've cut all of the vocals. I mean, this was 8 years ago also, so I don't. I'm sure you've progressed as a producer a whole lot. Like the way you've chopped all the vocals is impressive. You have newer tracks, indeed. Yeah, I would figure after 8 years. mainly, like, if you want like more technical feedback, what I would say is that the mix overall is quite distorted. I can tell that when you originally like exported this, you were hitting the master output of your software, which I guess was Mixcraft, extremely, extremely hard. And so it's like it's clipping pretty badly in some spots. But again, like it's 8 years ago, so I you know, I don't know how useful of that is for you in terms of information. You probably are aware of that. So yeah, so I mean, usually, just to give you kind of an idea, usually when we do feedback here on my channel, it's for tracks that are like actively. Share vibes. Okay, yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, mostly what my feedback is for like tracks that are actively in production from people, so I can like give them feedback on like how the mix sounds, how the master sounds, specific like arrangements, chord ideas, melody ideas, stuff like that. To try to help people who are like actively in production on stuff. It's not really like a React thing. So I never quite know what to do with with tracks. It's like, oh, it was 8 years ago. I'm like, okay, it's cool. It's very creative. I'm so vibe check, thumbs up. But yeah, mostly feedback around here is for like more technical, like, oh, I'm working on this and I'm worried that the drums are too loud, or I'm stuck on this idea for a theme for something, and I'm curious if you have any thoughts on a chord progression. Like that's usually kind of what feedback is here on the stream. But either way, I appreciate you. I appreciate you sharing, man. Very, very creative, very cool. And thanks for stopping by. Thanks for tuning in. Always. Anyways, yeah, and I think I've pretty much broken down everything that I would want to break down. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, man. On this particular track, but kind of a bunch of cool stuff going on with this one. Coincidentally, I learned about return tracks internal to drum rack yesterday, because I wanted a single cymbal thing to have some reverb, and did absolutely not want to subject myself to the effort of placing the note once more. Oh, for sure. No, I mean, and like most of the time, even probably on this mix to a certain extent, I stem out or sort of track out my beat production always to as much as I possibly can. So like on this kit, hang on. Why am I suddenly like not getting any sound on most of these elements? Here we go. So like this is the full like beat component of this track, and I have all of the elements in Impact are going to separate tracks. So my kick's going to 1. That little sound is going to track 6. Like I have 8 separate tracks coming out of my sampler here, so that I can mix and affect every single one of those elements independently, and then I send them all to a bus myself. Or I could very easily take this track, which is the kick drum. I actually don't even know if I have a kick anywhere in this song, because the kick is mainly on the other kit. Yeah. But I could take this kick track and send it directly to the main output, as opposed to sending it into this bus where all the other drum machine elements are going, right? So it really, if you track out your drum racks like that, it just gives you a ton of flexibility into like what you can sidechain, but you can put different effects on everything independently and separately. Like there's a lot to be said for the ability to do that. So yeah, but anyways, I'm certainly proud of that track. It's pretty neat. Oh, and that, I don't know why this piano is doing that. That is so annoying. I'm going to fix that and hope that this time it stays fixed. It's got to be a bug. Why is it so loud now? It's got to be a bug with Quadravox here. That's unfortunate. This is a pitch delay plugin that does like delay and pitch shifting at the same time, and it's making it sound like really bad because it's like not doing its timing correctly. I don't know what's going on with it. Anyway, very fun. Okay, so there's a little track breakdown for us for the day. If anybody else has feedback, do let me know. Because we have a rare day to just hang out today. I don't actually have any client work to do today. I'm still waiting on some directives from a couple of other people. But I think next what we can do is I'll do a little lesson. Super, you asked what chords were. Exactly. We can do some chords. I do want to go run and grab something from the other room real quick. So give me just a second. But when I get back, literally like 30 seconds, we'll take a look at what are chords. That'll be fun. I'll be right back. We're back. Oh, hey, Cheesy Breezy. How's it going? You should meet another member of our community named Cheesy Gerbil. How's it going? It is not the end. It's not at all the end. We are just, well, we're not just getting started, but we're in the middle of things. We are not doing song requests at the moment, unfortunately. Usually I do song request stuff, not every stream, but at the beginning of stream usually. And we've been going for about 2 hours. So, unfortunately not time for, song requests at the moment. But I do appreciate you popping in though. Just to give you a quick idea of what goes on here on my stream. Queue is closed. Yes, queue is closed. That's correct. So hi, I'm Nathan Scott. Thank you very much for tuning in. I am a professional composer, music producer, multi-instrumentalist, mix master, engineer. I do a bunch of different stuff. I've been full-time in the industry for about 15 years now. So mostly what my stream is about is talking about all things music production. So I do client work. I do a lot of work on writing music for video games. I write and produce tracks for artists, that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of doing that. And what we're about to do right now is talk about some basic music theory concepts, kind of little teaching thing, little edumacation thing. And then we sometimes do song requests at the beginning of stream. Like I'll play drums or I'll play guitar over whatever tracks people send in. Or we'll do feedback for people. If you have a song that you're working on that you've produced that you want me to give feedback on or help you out with, you can request that. But yes, so we are not doing song requests today. But again, I do appreciate you popping in. And if that sounds like something you're interested in, stream-wise, then please, by all means, stick around. I'm always happy to chat about anything and everything music related, answer any questions you might have about music production, anything like that. So on that note, let's go ahead. I need to figure out how to get our little on-screen keyboard working. So bear with me for a moment while I do that, because I haven't, come back. I have not actually figured out, since I reinstalled Studio One the other day, I have not figured out a good way to do that. I think what I need to do is add an external instrument, send to loop MIDI. We're going to call this LM out. Oh, there we go. And I think what that will do is allow me to add a new instrument track and send that to LM out, and then feedback request closed. Not necessarily. Feedback's song request. I got to like open a whole session and like get my drum thrown over here. Song request is a little more complicated to do. Feedback's very easy. So on slow days like today, I usually only I say it's for the first hour or so of stream. If we get like 5 feedback requests right at the beginning of stream, then I'll usually cut it off because I have work to do. Today I don't have work to do, so it's fine. Or like if I didn't know, I didn't know they're not interchangeable. They're not, no, not really. Because they're two different, to do song request, I have to go over to this page and I have to launch media request from Stream Elements. And then I have to open up my jam session in Studio One. And then I have to get my drum thrown and get the headphones on and put the camera over to drum position or get the guitar hooked up. It's kind of complicated. As opposed to feedback, I literally just open a link. So it's much, much easier to do feedback kind of whenever than it is to do song requests. Song request has a higher percentage of, so song request, have you never seen me do song request? Song request is literally somebody just puts whatever YouTube video they want and I'll just jam to it. I just bang drums for 5 minutes. I'm surprised you've never seen me. I don't really do it a whole lot anymore. Cause it's also been historically, I get it all set up and then sometimes people don't have anything to send in. I have also had, it's kind of been ripe for people sending in stuff that I don't necessarily really hardcore rap with pretty problematic lyrics, has shown up a couple of times. And just other kind of oddities, things that I'm And then also there were a few people, and I appreciate this conceptually, but there were a few people who are good musicians who started requesting, who was it who kept doing King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? That might have been Cheesy Gerbil. I can't remember who it was. But a few people were like, oh, you're just going to improvise to whatever. Okay, here's this insane, prog rock thing that's in 9 different time signatures. And I'm just I can't I can't play over this. I could read this if you sent me a chart for it, but I can't just off the cuff this shit. That's crazy. So anyway, did see it, but they're that different. Yeah, so that's kind of the deal with the song request thing. I've thought about doing a full song request Saturday, but I think what I will more than likely do is just do the live looping stuff. And then if there's days where I feel like it, I'll be cool, let's do song requests, and I'll have it all set up when I actually go live on stream. But until then, I don't know. I think people come in and they do it because they see !SR in my title, which it's part of Twitch that you're supposed to put all your available chat commands in the title of your stream so that people know that they're there. So I don't know. On that note, let's go ahead and do a quick little rundown of a couple of things here. Which these are good. These are doing well on social media, so I want to keep doing these for sure. And they're very fun. They're very, very fun to do. So the question of the day is, what are chords? And what an excellent question it is. In order to understand what a chord is, you have to understand what a scale is. And in order to understand what a scale is, you have to understand what a note is. That's a note. That's also a note. That's a note as well. That's a note. All of these things are notes. Notes are individual pitches. Obviously, you guys know that, but we're starting from square one here. We organize notes into scales. And we organize scales into well, we don't organize scales into chords, but we use scales to create chords. All of those are examples of chords. Put very, very simply, all a chord is when you're playing more than one note at the same time. You can get very, very technical with defining dyads and triads and extensions and all kinds of very fancy things, but fundamentally, at their most basic, that is all a chord is. It's just when you're playing more than one note simultaneously. Most chords, the two most basic chords that you're ever going to encounter, are called a major chord and a minor chord. We typically associate major chords with being happy, and we associate minor chords with being sad. Major chords we build out of notes from the major scale. Minor chords we build out of notes from the minor scale. Okay? Now, I keep talking about scales because they're very, very interlinked with chords. The easiest way to visualize and to think about a scale is to break it down into numbers. We call these numbers intervals. 1 is always our root note. That's the note that we're starting on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we get to the second octave up. Right now we're in the key of C. So both of those notes are C's, and they're just an octave apart. So we can call that 8, but we can also call it 1 again, and the sequence starts over, just an octave higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, right? So the notes in that sequence that define what kind of chord you have are the first note. That defines what we call your tonic or your key center, which is basically like, what is this chord? What's the first thing we need to know about this chord? Well, this chord is a C. It's some kind of a C chord. The second note that you're almost always going to have is called a fifth. And that is the fifth note in that sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We use the fifth. I won't get into the super nerdy, very actually fascinating mathematical reasons why a fifth sounds so good. Just know that it does. We love fifths. We use them all the time. Right? Now, the note that tells you what kind of chord very specifically it is going to be the third. That note. So in a C major chord, it's an E natural. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Another really easy way to think about this is to literally count the keys in between the notes that you're playing. So if you start on C and you want to get to that third note, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 half steps, 4 individual keys, and we're counting both black and white keys here, to get up to that, what we call a major third. We call it a major third because it's part of the major scale, and it denotes that you are playing a major chord. Very, very, very simply. Give Toast a treat. We can probably do that real quick. Thanks, Birdland. Yes, super. I will get to intervals in just a second. We're doing a little chord masterclass here. Zoop. There you go, bud. Toast says thank you, Birdland. So you've got your root note, that tonic note, right? And then you've got your third, and then you've got your fifth. Depending on the quality of that third tells you major or minor. If it's a natural third, meaning it's 4 half steps, 1, 2, 3, 4 away, it's a major third. If it's 3 half steps, 1, 2, 3, we call it a flatted third. Anything that is flatted is lowered by a half step. That gives you a C minor chord. Minor, major. Minor, major. It's really that simple. We'll make Toast gain a pound eventually. Oh, he doesn't need your help to do that. He sleeps plenty for that. Now, those two things are inherently related to each other, like this. But we're going to talk about that on a different day because that gets into modes, which is another incredibly cool concept. But that is the most kind of true, if you want to get really technical about it, the most basic chord that you can have is called a dyad, and it is just 2 notes. Those are technically chords. But when we talk about chords, generally what we're talking about is major chords and minor chords. But from there, you can have what we call chord extensions. Well, what are chord extensions? Chord extensions are when you take those basic chords, a major chord, a minor chord, and you start adding additional notes to them. So the first note that you can add is the seventh note in your scale. So if you have a major chord, you can add a natural seventh or a major seventh and get a major seventh chord. It sounds lovely. It's very sort of hopeful sounding. Right? Now, if you have a minor chord, 1 flat 3 5 with that flatted third interval to make it minor. If we were playing a minor scale in C, we take that seventh and we flat the seventh. Makes it a minor seventh. And that gives us a minor seventh chord. Right? Also very pensive, but in a more melancholy way. Major seventh, minor seventh. What happens if we mix the two of them? Well, we can do that in two different ways. We can take our major scale and then just flat that seventh. That sounds pretty funky, right? This is called a dominant chord with a major third and a flatted seventh. You see this a lot in funk music, blues music, rock and roll, that kind of stuff. Old school rock and roll. What about the other way around? What if we use a minor third, a flatted third, but then we do a natural seventh? You get what you call a minor major seven, also known as the James Bond chord. Oh, used a lot in film scoring. Are there other extensions beyond the seventh? Absolutely. You can go all the way up to 13. Hang on, 13. What? I thought you said there's only 7. When we start doing chord extensions, we count that octave up as number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we start adding notes because we're adding notes on top of our chords. We start counting from 8, 9, 10. We don't really need to worry about 10 because we have 10 an octave down. 11, 12. Again, we have the 5th down in the first octave of the chord. And then our 13, right? So you can add ninths, you can add 11ths, you can add 13s to chords. These are all called chord extensions. So it can give you things like a minor 11 chord. Lovely. Very, very pensive. Or it could give you a major 7 add 9. Also very nice. Major 7 add 13. You can also then alter your chord extensions. You could say add a sharp 11 to your chord. You could have a minor flat 9. Right? Now, the ways and reasons in which you would use those much more complicated chords gets into more advanced music theory. But it's important to understand that they are there because it's important to know that when you start with just triads, right, or very simple chords like simple major and minor chords, that there's a whole lot more runway in front of you to make those chords a lot more characterful and a lot more interesting and a lot more useful in writing your music. So now what else can you do with chords? Well, we play chords in ways that we call voicings. A voicing is basically just the order in which you are structuring the notes of your chord. So you can do this with just a bone stock, very plain major chord. Let's say C major, C, E, G. We can change the order in which we play those notes, where they are on the keyboard. The simplest way to do this is called an inversion, okay? An inversion is exactly what it sounds like. We're going to flip that chord over like it's a pancake. So we're going to take our C and we're going to play an octave higher, but we're going to leave the E and the G where they are. We call this a first inversion C chord. What if we do it again? Take that E, move it up top. That's now a second inversion C major chord. And we can just do that straight major chord, first inversion, second inversion. Major chord, first inversion, second inversion. And on and on and on. We can do that all the way up the keyboard if we wanted to. We can do exactly the same thing with a minor chord. Move the C up, move the E flat up. Right? You just called it flattened third, minor third. Exactly the same thing, totally interchangeable. I prefer saying flats and sharps because there are lots of situations where you could have a flatted interval inside of a major chord, like a dominant chord is technically a kind of major chord, even though it has a flatted seventh. So it can help a little bit in terms of the words that you're using to be slightly less like calling things like minor in terms of an interval kind of sometimes makes it feel like it's supposed to be a minor chord even when it's not. So yeah, that's why I tend to say flatted instead of using minor in that particular way. You can also spread chord voicings out though, right? So we could take our basic major triad. Let's take that middle note and move it up an octave. We could now call this a C major spread voicing, right? And then when you start doing more things with chord extensions, like let's say take a minor 9 chord, C, E flat, G, B flat is that seventh, right? Our first extension. And then D natural would be our ninth. We can play this as what we could call a cluster chord, like that, where everybody's all squished up next to each other, right? We've just taken these notes, take that D note on top, move it down. Take that B flat that's up top, move it down an octave. And you get 4 notes all right next to each other. And then you add the fifth on top. Call that a C minor 9 cluster voicing, as opposed to a spread voicing of this could look something like this. Very nice voicing. You have a fifth, then your ninth, then you put your third, and then your seventh all the way up on top, right? As opposed to this, take our C, move it down, take our D, move it down, take our G, move it down, and then leave our E flat and our B flat where they are. Spread voicing. Cluster voicing, spread voicing. 2 very different characters. What else can we talk about with chords? I mean, that's a great primer on a bunch of different chord concepts, I would say. Gyaru Warrior, how's it going? Thanks so much for tuning in, buddy. I take it you enjoyed our me rambling about chords. What's up? How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Been watching in lurk mode. Excellent. I love it. I love my lurkers. My lurkers are my favorite. Listening for the past 30 minutes. There you go. Excellent. Well, thanks very much. I appreciate you scoping me out. Did you hear my spiel? I think I've done my spiel at some point in the last 30 minutes. My spiel of like what my channel's all about. You probably understand at this point what my channel's all about. Perfect. There you go. So you know what's going on. Lovely melancholy piano. Oh, plays so well. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, clip away for sure. Sounds fantastic. Oh, thanks. That's just more of my normal regurgitated things in C. Used to play when you were a kid. Very good. No reason you can't play now. That's what I would say. Well, I guess there's probably some reasons you could not be able to play now. I don't mean to say it like that, but what I'm saying is it's never has to be a past tense thing if you want it to be. If you don't want it to be. I got a small MIDI keyboard currently. Mine upgrade soon. Awesome. Very good. We love a good MIDI keyboard. Very good. Cool. That was lovely. Now I just feel like playing keys. Noodling around. But that, do you have any recommendations for a good upgraded keyboard? You mean? Definitely. I mean, a lot of it really depends on like price range and ultimately like what you want to do with it. Because when it comes to MIDI controllers, there's kind of two different directions. Like if you want something that feels like a real piano and is just like really nice keys, you can go with something like a Studio Logic, makes really nice boards. But if you want to get into like doing production, I would recommend something like an Arturia Keylab. Honestly, that would probably be my general recommendation, kind of no matter what. Would be, oh no. Oh no. So sorry. Sorry. My Y key is like not typing Ys. It's very funny. Let me know. What's it? Oh man. Oh, good. It's gone now. No, thank you so much, Gyao. Gyaru. The cool username, by the way. I really appreciate the subscribe, man. It's very, very kind of you. No, the Keylab Essential. Yeah, Super makes a point of like gifting subs to everybody, and Super is very much appreciated for it. This would probably be my Super. You guys, what is that? 5 today? 5 new subs? You're too kind, man. You're way too kind. I appreciate the support very, very much, you guys. You naughty boy, Super. Yeah, I would probably recommend this. So this is called the Keylab Essential from Arturia, and it comes in a couple of different sizes depending on what your size constraints are for your space. 49 key, 61 key, or a full 88 key. The 88 key is the biggest and most expensive, but it has a fully weighted keyboard, so it feels almost exactly like a real piano to play. The 61 and the 49 have what we call a synth action keyboard, which are the keys are just a little bit easier to press down, basically. But the plated birthday gift. Oh, you're so kind. You're so kind. But these are generally, I think, $200 or $300, maybe $250. Yeah. So the 49 is $300, and then the 61 key is $350 USD. And they're very, very good. Very, very good keyboards. I have the previous version, the previous generation right here. This is the Mark II. They just came out with the Mark III, and it's quite nice. It comes with a lot of really wonderful sounds built into it, or not built into it. They're, you install them on your computer, but it comes with Analog Lab, which is some of Arturia's really great synthesizer and keyboard sounds come bundled with it. Yes, absolutely. Full velocity control. On everything. You have labs? Okay, great. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so definitely has velocity control. These might even have MPE, which you probably don't need, but is very cool. But the other nice thing is that they have a couple of these. Where's a good picture? They have a couple sliders and a couple knobs, which let you do a lot of cool, and drum pads, and a transport section. Which lets you do a lot of cool stuff if you want to get into producing a little bit of music. So you can do all kinds of different things. You can control your synthesizer sounds almost like you have a real cool, physical synthesizer board. That's what I do with mine. So these sliders and knobs will automatically assign themselves in the software, and you can pull up a synthesizer sound and tweak it, and play with it like it were a real thing, which is pretty cool. You could also like use this to control a mixer in a piece of production software. Obviously you can tap out, finger drum stuff with the drum pads. And then with this, what we call transport, you play, stop, record, all that stuff for working in a DAW as well. Which is just really, really nice to have hands-on control of like buttons and knobs and faders when you're making music. It makes everything faster. So yeah, I would fully endorse Arturia. And at this price point for about $300, you're not going to find anything nicer than that. I'll tell you that much. A lot of companies make keyboards in that price range. In my opinion, Arturias are far and away the best quality. And I'm not paid by them, just so you know. I'm not sponsored or anything. I love their stuff. I've used it for years and years, and they're a really good company. Very creative. Yeah. So that would be my recommendation for you. What else can we do here, though? Let's take of course, man. Thank you for coming in, and thank you again very much for the sub. That really means a lot to me. I really appreciate that. As you get into producing and stuff, if you have any questions at all about anything music related, like whether it's gear like this or software, plugins, music theory, chords, notes, scales, if you have something that you're trying to learn or work on that you want to get my take on or whatever, please chime in chat. Doesn't have to be related to anything. You don't have to warn me. You just, ask away. I'm always happy to get distracted by a good thing to talk about for a few minutes. So, oh my God, I have so many Discord messages. Indeed. Going to university for production next year. Very cool, man. That's excellent. You will have a great time. What do you want to do ultimately? Do you want to like be an artist, like make your own tracks? Do you want to like produce for other artists? Do you want to or write like music for TV or games or anything like that? Do you have a particular goal in mind, or you just want to go see what happens? I do production and engineering. Would love to make video game OSTs. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Okay, for sure. Awesome. I mean, that is, as you have seen, that is what I do. I write music for video games. It's pretty neat. It's a very, very, very fun job. It's a very fun job. Every bit as fun as you think it is. Yeah, it's cool. I can't complain. It's very weird sometimes, but I really can't complain. Let's do a plugin review, shall we? Let's go find a fun free plugin to check out. Free VST plugins. We did Soul on Tuesday. Soul is so cool. Here, actually, I'll show you real quick, Gyaru. If you want an awesome free plugin, this one just came out literally earlier this week. And I am blown away. I'm going to have a friend who recently had an offer from Bethesda, and it's wow, that's pretty cool. How do you get that? Is he like big on socials or something? This is a plugin called Soul, and it's an ambient reverb. Check this out. Granular delay and reverb. Sounds so good. Yeah, we're big fans of Soul. I'm very, very, very impressed by it. There's a lot of indie game concepts. Oh yeah, it does game jams. Absolutely. Yep, game jams are a thing. That's for sure. All right. I should probably go do some game jams. I've been too busy working. I've been too busy. Doing client work. Although I now have some projects that are wrapping up, so I'm looking for some new stuff. Pluginsforfree.com. Woo! I would do Vital because I use Vital all the time, but like everybody knows about Vital. Let's see what we got in here. What should we do? I don't even know. I've been liking the, let's do some lo-fi synths. Famicom NES sounds, Commodore 64 emulation. Oh, that's cool. Antifreeze synthesizer, lo-fi ambient synth. Sounds great. Let's check it out. Give me download. All right, let's install a random file from the internet. That always goes well. Extract, sure. Do we install you, or do we just drop you into the, looks like we just dropped this into our VST folder. Zoop. We go to our VST folder. Away. Drop. Bam. And then we go up here. Plugin manager. Update. I have a couple of plugins, be really funny if you get a virus on stream. I know, right? It'd be hilarious. It'd be crazy. Okay. What'd we get here? Now I trust usually plugins are pretty all right. Did it install correctly? What's it called? Antifreeze? Antifreeze. Here we go. Let's check it out. That's a lovely sort of FM-ish kind of organ sound. Do we have some presets here? Or are we just fully on our own? I see no presets of any kind. That's not great. Because if I'm going to be making a patch from scratch, I am fully just going to be... Wait, patch 01. Are these the presets? No, those are not the presets. Oh, Juby! How you doing? Well, you don't have any presets, so I can't easily demo your synth because it looks like a pretty basic, probably FM. Well, no, not necessarily. Oh yeah, no, that's I don't know what is supposed to make this lo-fi or ambient. Maybe there are some presets that are supposed to come with it, but you caught it. You're here. Congratulations, you're here. This says everything. Oh, I should have looked at the reviews. It is 1.9. I forgot to do this part. We got to filter by best rated. Very, very important. Sonic drums, Spectral Destroyer, Lo-fi organ, toy piano. Okay, this is much more up our alley. Swing and a miss with the first one. This one has 4.7. A weird freak organ. I love freak organs. That sounds like so much fun. Obsalon. This is called Obsalon. Let's check it out. Why not? God, I like these days where I technically don't have any work to do. And drink the water. Because I kind of just get to like hang out and have a good time and like kind of do whatever. It's very fun. Where is this going? This is going back in our VST plugins folder. Come here, VST plugins folder. Go. Come here, Studio One. This is also honestly kind of how you accrue like 1,400 plugins like I have. Seriously, look at how many plugins I have. It's upsetting. It's upsetting. It's way too many. Finally got weed. Had to explain to a producer yesterday why most AI tools for music production are garbage. Good. Oh, Jessica, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Does the wheel work this time? We are the Wheel of Doom. We're not really working on a track right now, Jessica. Honestly, we're just kind of vibing. I am in a rare day. I'm on a rare day where I don't have production work to do today because I'm kind of in between a couple of things with my clients. Like I'm waiting for feedback on stuff and other people to do their jobs. So we're just vibing. I'm downloading free plugins from the internet, and we're screwing around with them because it's fun. And if we find good ones, then I tell everybody about it, and everybody goes and downloads it. Okay, what did we just install? What is this thing called? Obsalon by Shuttleplug. Okay, doesn't seem to be showing up here. Who's the developer? Is by Shuttleplug. They just said that. Shuttleplug? Anybody? Question mark? Did it go where it was supposed to go? It should have. Yeah, it's there. So why isn't it showing up? Oh, it's not getting detected. That's a bummer. There might be a problem with the VST. That's great because I've been working on our advices and now need more if it's okay, if it's better. Okay, great. Yeah, for sure. What did I just install? And it's just a Bitcoin miner. I hope not. Yeah, for sure. Do feedback, ! Feedback, Jessica, and I would be happy to take another look at it. Well, that's a bummer. This one I was actually excited for. It sounds very cool. I suppose we can relaunch Studio One. Sometimes that helps. Yeah, let's do that. No, I'd be pretty surprised if a single DLL file that is 2 megabytes is a Bitcoin miner. Although I don't know a lot about Bitcoin miners, if I'm being honest. So I suppose it could be. Yeah, it's not detecting it for some reason. Because it'll say, they'll usually say in here if it's like, oh, I found it does say 15 new. I don't know. We'll find out. Nope. It's not picking it up. Well, phooey. Oh, is it really? Okay. I would figure something like that would be much larger than that. But I don't know. Cheapo tone. Oh, this might be. Oh, it's only for 32-bit Windows. Okay, that's why. That's why we got to have it be Win64. OS filter. Yes. None of that. Boom. Okay. digital lo-fi synth. One of these will work, I promise. Retro game rompler. I like anything lo-fi, so if it says lo-fi. Juno style subtractive synth. Uses digital algorithms to give warm lo-fi sounds. Okay. Let's check this one out. Let's try it again. Extract. Go. Oh, this one actually has an installer. Fancy. Yes, it's fine. You can install it. I promise. I promise it'll be okay. Plugin manager. Go. What is this called? Onsen Audio. I like that name. And did it work? Maybe. Maybe it did. Yay. Vendor under Onsen Audio. Oh, OS2. Yeah, great. Okay. Boom. Let's check this out. Oh, well, that's an adorable little interface. Again, with no presets. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. So it has, instead, like normally you like select your oscillator. This just has 4 separate oscillators that you can blend and mix and match. Sine square, saw, and then subsquare. And then noise. Then what is that, like pulse width, probably? LFO. And then it's up to 10 voices. Okay. Cool. Oh, this would be a great, like, effects platform kind of a synth. Here's just like, oh, the AI mixes my track just fine. You think that because your ass interface reminds me of stuff. Yeah. No, this is a very simple one. No, I mean, the AI mixing stuff. I keep seeing companies try to do that. And really, I haven't used anything like that. My best bet would be that if a company's like, hey, here's a plugin that mixes your song, it's probably just pulling up a bunch of presets. Like it probably just has like, hey, it's got a compressor and an EQ and it's a vocal. Let's make a fun patch with this thing. Oh, Jesus. The font is so tiny. Oh yeah, you could get some very Boards of Canada-ish stuff with this as well. Where is this LFO going, though? Is my question. There's no way to, like, assign it to anything. That's kind of strange. Well, and I think that this is kind of the limit of what this thing can do. I'm not seeing anywhere to patch it to. No, it's just LFO sync rate, phase, and delay. So I don't know if it's supposed to be sync to the filter. No. Oh, I'm not in. This is I'm back in Studio One. Oh, you didn't hear about all the drama with Bitwig, did you? You've been out for a couple of days. There was a whole lot of Bitwig drama. Yeah, so Bitwig, what did she do to me? So the whole reason I bought Bitwig originally was because they released Bitwig version 6. Or
Jessica
that's what they
wants
said.
feedback on their song.
Oh, for sure, Jessica. Yeah. Just pop the link in the form there for me, and then we'll take a look. But no, so I bought Bitwig because they come out with version 6, and version 6 was advertised as having a ton of features that I really liked. It was all kinds of new automation lane stuff that were going to make scoring easier. And then also Studio One was crashing like crazy, and I wanted to do live performance stuff. Bitwig has like looping, built into it much in the same way that Ableton does. So I bought Bitwig and I downloaded Bitwig 6, and I did not know or fully understand really that Bitwig 6, even though it is their flagship product, here, I will show you why this angered me so. If you go to Bitwig's website, it is literally plastered on the front page, Bitwig Studio 6 on another level. All these photos of Bitwig Studio 6. Direct link to buy Bitwig Studio 6. All of the new features and stuff. Oh, Supertonic. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Thank you, man. Thank you very, very, very much. That's like 8 or something today. Absolute insanity. There's the super when you need him. Seriously. You're on a one-man mission so that no one watches ads. It's just madness. But so what you don't realize is that this Bitwig Studio 6, which came out, mind you, I think 4 months ago, this is a public beta. I did not understand that. The only way to understand it is you scroll all the way down here. You'll notice that if you download it, it actually tries to give you version 5.3. It does not explain why. It just does that. And you go, okay, well, I don't understand. So you go and you download 6, which is just on a different page. You go, oh, it must just be like an error on their website. So I started using 6, and at first I was like, this is great. What's up? It's Russ. Bitwig is a DAW that I was trialing because Studio One, my normal DAW, was giving me grief. This is Studio One. This is what I normally work in. But Bitwig it's from the guys who originally made Ableton before Ableton got sold to like bigger corporate whatever. A bunch of their you're good. A bunch of their original developers split off and made Bitwig, which is like it works very similarly to Ableton. It's got the clip launcher and a lot of the same features. But I had bought Bitwig because Studio One, which I've been working in professionally for a decade and love, was crashing all the time and giving me a bunch of problems. So I bought Bitwig. What I did not fully realize was that their latest version, which has been out for 4 months, is a public beta. So I started using it. I really liked it initially. Then I got a little deeper into doing like orchestration and scoring with it. And I started to notice some bugs, but I was like, okay, well, apparently it's a public beta, so that's understandable. I'm sure it's been 4 months. I'm sure they'll release a new version soon. And then last week it updated and could not record audio. If you recorded any audio in this beta version, it was like horribly distorted. It sounded like a sample rate mismatch, like horribly bit crushed, distorted, pitched, weird. All audio recordings were completely unusable. And I was like, hang on. I'm sorry. I just paid you $400. You're serving me up on your homepage what looks like your latest flagship product. I read through the features of this product. At no point did you tell me it's still in beta. I bought it because I want those features. And now not only is it a public beta, it is a beta program so bad that you're shipping a DAW that can't record audio. a catastrophic fundamental bug that bad went directly out your door, nobody bothered to check. No one on your dev team bothered to check if your audio workstation could record audio. And so I went into their Discord. Like I sent in a support ticket, of course. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Because at first I thought it was just my system. And then I go in their Discord and there's dozens of people like, talking about it and just do bug reports. So I start chatting with like other users and they're like, oh yeah, this is Bitwig. Like this is welcome to the club. Like, I was like, so do we have any timeline on an update? They're like, usually it's a month between beta releases. I'm like, they're going to wait a month? Like, yeah, just roll back to a previous version. I'm like, okay, I get like, that's crazy. But the more I chatted with these guys, I was like, when do you think beta 6 will be actually usable? Because I do paid client work. I do this for a living. I need my tools to work, period. More than I don't want new features. No. I need stability. I need things to work. I need to be able to deliver things quickly to my clients because it's how I pay my rent and eat food, right? And everybody in the Discord was like, it'll probably get a stable release sometime next year. I'm like, okay, you know what? No. Net refund, never mind. Like I want so badly to like your software. It's very creative. It's very shiny. It's very cool. It's got a ton of really interesting features. I can't in good conscience support a company that's charging me $400 to be a beta tester for them. And the previous version, 5.3, is from like 2 or 3 years ago. And a bunch of the features that I need to do scoring, because I do like proper orchestral scoring a lot, are not in 5.3. They're announced. It's all this like automation lane stuff. And it's very slick because the way they have it set up is you're supposed to be able to like open a whole thing and it shows you all of your automations on one track all at once. And you can like do real slick editing and copying and pasting of automation lanes really easily across a bunch of different tracks, which is the main reason I was like so excited about it. But it did not pan out. So instead, I spent all day yesterday. I didn't even stream, which bummed me out because I really wanted to. But I spent all day yesterday doing a complete from scratch reinstall of literally everything in my studio. This took like 10 hours to do. But I reinstalled / updated firmware and software for every device that I have. And then I hate that I had to do this, but I did it. I did a complete from scratch reinstall of Studio One, which means I lost all of my maps, all of my controller mapping that I've worked for years on. I lost all of my plugin organization. So I had like now, if I go into my effects plugins and I go to folder, like this was all so beautifully organized and had labels for everything and pictures for everything. It's all gone. Everything's in weird nonsense folders like mixing. Yeah, all my effects are for mixing. Why? What does that mean? I had all these custom folders. Took me a long time. But that was my only option because Studio One was crashing like literally 3 or 4 times a day, sometimes in the middle of the stream. And it was crashing so severely that I was having to like restart my PC and restart all my hardware. It was very bad. Thankfully, doing a completely fresh install and updating firmware and software for absolutely every piece of gear that I own, which is always a good idea. I'm just bad about it because it takes forever. Fixed it. It seems to be running much more stably at the moment, which is great. Oh, you didn't let me down, Jessica. I hope that's not what you didn't let me down at all. And Russ, I see a track in here from you. Let me know if you are in chat. We're going to take a look at Jessica's real quick, and then I will take a look at yours happily. A little feedback here. We're probably going to wrap stream here in a little bit. But we can go out on a couple of nice feedbacks. Okay, yeah, awesome. So we'll take a listen to Jessica's first, and then what's up, Sample Talk? How's it going, buddy? And then we will
take a look at feedback on their song.
Russ's and then Sample Talks. Okay, now everybody's coming out for the feedback. I love it. It's been pretty quiet today so far. He told me that auto-tune effects made it bad, so you need to organize it versus structure. Organized the elements. So what's new is I removed almost all the vocal effects. Okay. Fixed elements, organized it. Okay. Added more pianos, made the drums more bass-like. Interesting. There are things I still think is missing, working like bass guitar, more elements. Okay. Very cool. Good to know. Let's take a peek.
You said she was just a friend. Funny how those stories bend. Found a name lit on your phone. Guess the truth can't hide that tone. I tore the pictures off the wall. Every frame, every lie, every call. You built a wall with borrowed trust. Now it's ashes, dirt and dust. You played your part so easily, but karma's faster than you think.
How so? Okay. Yeah, I'll hold questions till the end.
I hope she was worth the pain you caused. I hope you taste the love you lost. You burned it down, you lit the fuse. Now I'm the fire you can't undo. I'm done with every empty word. You'll never get what I deserve. I'm stronger now. It's overdue. I'm not the one still missing you. I bet she laughs the way I did, but she don't know the things you hid. Your charm's a mask, you touch, you trap, you pull them in and fade to black. I wore the guilt that wasn't mine.
So interesting. You said you removed all of the effects from the vocals. What is going on with the vocals here? Because there's a lot of elements, and I don't want to call you out here because the track sounds very cool. I don't feel like the whole track that this is initially true of. Those vocals are not real. Those vocals have a lot of hallmarks, pretty much textbook hallmarks of being AI generated, or at least AI processed in some way or another. So what's up with that? Oh yeah. I mean, yes, but so like what the solution to the problems that we were talking about the other day is not to use AI. I would say that. I'm curious what tool you used.
UE404 wants feedback on their song.
How you can tell if it's AI or not? Oh, it's blatantly obvious, Russ. Again, no offense, Jessica. I'm not trying to call you out here or be like mean or anything, but I could tell within 5 seconds. I was questioning whether or not I wanted to say anything, and I wanted to make sure, but you can tell.
Every frame, every lie,
every frame.
Every call you built a wall with borrowed.
Like all of the vibratos are extremely synthetic sounding.
Trust. Now it's ashes, dirt and dust. You played your part so easy.
The dynamics are really strange. Like it's ducking really low in parts that it kind of shouldn't be. And it's also like Jessica said, she took all of the effects off the vocals, and it sounds extremely processed still. So it sounds heavily compressed. It sounds heavily auto-tuned. There's a lot of digital artifacting going on. And like right there on those harmonies. you hear it just completely get like distorted. I won't get into why AI sounds that, but that's the number one hallmark is it sounds like it's distorting in a way that there's like what we would call bit reduction going on, where it's usually would never have noticed. Well, and if you're listening on your phone or something, I'm not surprised because smaller speakers tend to mask this kind of stuff pretty effectively. But yeah, when
So easily.
I'm sitting here listening on a very, very nice system, so I can hear a lot of detail.
Faster than you think. I hope she was worth the pain you caused.
Yeah, the rest of the track, it's interesting, because this went from being something that definitely needed some work the other day, but was an interesting idea. And I think it might be the same vocals, but the other day, Jessica, when you sent it in, it was there were a lot of other issues going on, so it was harder to hear. Got many layers. So the vocals were recorded at your friend's studio. Vocals got many layers. Some works, maybe harmony if you can. So did your friend then do processing to the vocals after you left and maybe ran you through? Because there is software. There's actually quite a few options of software here. Again, I'm not trying to like call you out, Jessica, but these are absolutely AI vocals that have been treated very heavily with AI. If you didn't do that, then your friend did without telling you. I hate to break it to you, but I would bet literally my entire... Okay, so then what your friend did, and I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, is your friend took whatever you recorded and fed it into AI and generated a bunch of AI vocals with it and gave it back to you. That is what happened here then, if you didn't do that intentionally. And that's why I'm saying, like, if anybody brings AI stuff into stream, I'm not going to get mad at you or yell at you or ban you or anything like that. But these are 100%. I would bet literally every second of my 16-year career on it. I would bet every piece of gear I have in the studio on these being, I don't know which tool. And there are AI tools now where you can take a vocal take that you may have sang and it replaces it with somebody else's voice using AI. That's likely what's going on here. That's how confident I am, Super. Yep, absolutely. Guaranteed. I would bet every don't understand what she did. I wouldn't ask him anything because it's going to start a fight. Well, ask him go and ask him what he did with your vocals and why they sound oh, you're good, Cheesy. Don't worry about it. Why it sounds like it's AI. Just ask him that. I'll say this, if no, I won't even say that because it's not, I know that it is.
She was worth the pain you caused. I hope you...
Yep, 1,000%. So that's what I would ask your friend. I can't really, because at this point, I don't know what else has happened with this track, and I have a pretty hard and fast rule about anything involving AI. I can't really give you any more feedback on this one, unfortunately. That's a conversation you need to have with your friend. If you went into his studio and you sang and he gave you this back, I'm telling you, I guarantee, top to bottom, that that your friend took your vocals and edited them and basically replaced them completely with AI. So that's a conversation you can have with him. Because that is the fact with this song, I don't know now what else is going on. There's some other elements in the background. Kind of looks like my voice, so I didn't notice anything. Yeah. And this is, this is the danger. Fortunately, I truly believe it's never going to sound much better than this, because when you understand fundamentally how LLMs and diffusion models work and how neural networks work, I've been able to tell from day one, and it still sounds exactly the same to me. Certain parts of it get a little bit better, but I can still tell. That's why I say in the Google form, like, I can tell instantly. With damn near anything. I mean, there's a few like lo-fi vaporwavy things where like the processing style of the genre makes it harder. But yeah, your friend has taken your voice and manipulated it with AI very heavily in some way. I hate to break it to you, but that is what has happened here. So we're going to move on from that one. I do apologize. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out and showing it off. But yeah, we have a pretty hard and fast rule. So I can't really offer anything above and beyond that. But let's go ahead and move along to Russ. What's Russ got going on? Woo, let's go. It's AI. I told you, I can tell instantly. Yeah, Jessica, I mean, the track other than that sounds a whole lot better than it did the other day. I will tell you that. But he may try to lie to you about it. I don't know. I don't know your friend. I don't know what's going on there. I've been doing this for a long time. I've worked on a lot of records. I've also paid very close attention to AI music. I will bet every possession I own that those are AI generated vocals. So, like I said, that's a conversation you'll have to have with him. I hope it goes well. Agreed, cheesy, 100%. It's TB303 from Arturia, isn't it? Or it's Acid is the name of the plugin, but that's the 303 from Arturia. Oh, yep. Okay. Yep. Yeah, it's something 303-ish for sure. Sorry to keep interrupting, but I was just going to say, now that this is why it's not going to get better, or at least I really don't think it's going to get a whole lot better than it already has, is because like Suno is trained on literally every piece of recorded, but like it's trained on basically all of YouTube, all of Spotify. They already have all the data. They successfully scraped everything, and it's where it's at now. So they need to 10x that. They need 10 times more music than has ever been created to effectively train it to an order of magnitude better than what it is. And it's mid as fuck. It's the Mersk. Welcome on in. Thanks for the follow, friend.
Venus wants feedback on their song.
Excellent, Mersk. Feedback's popping off all of a sudden. This is great. So you'll get a link there to a quick little Google form. If you don't mind just filling that out real quick for me. Tells me a little bit more about you, your track, all that kind of stuff, what you're looking for specific feedback on. We got a couple people in queue at the moment, but I would be happy to check it out. So, this is great, Russ. Very groovy. It reminds me a lot of like old white label shit from like the early aughts. Just cool, acidy old school house. It's great. Production wise, I would say the biggest thing that I'm hearing and noticing is, what's up, Anti-Jerks? Oh man, everybody's coming for the party now. I love it. We just had to give it a few hours. Oh, welcome on in. If you have watched my stream for feedback a couple of times, Russ, you have probably heard my lecture about LUFS and loudness. This is another situation where I think you're hitting your master output extremely hard. And so you've got a lot of great textures. You've got the 303-ish bass stuff, which is great, real growly, wow. Like the production, the arrangement stuff is all really strong. I love the vocal chops as well. But you're hitting your master really, really hard, and so it's just kind of crushing everything. And it's not letting all the detail in your sound design and your mixing shine through. So I'd go into your session, grab all your, make sure your master output's at 0. Grab all your tracks, bring them back by, say, 6 dB. I'd start there. Like all, but by the same amount. Okay, very cool, Mersk. We will get to yours in just a few moments here. How is the queue? That's a great question. Up next, we've got Juby. We love it. Then we've got Sample. And then we have you. So there are 2 tracks ahead of yours. But we will absolutely get there. Don't you worry. I definitely want to check it out. I would make sure that you've got, for sure, still very new to the whole production thing. So, okay, cool. So then I'll give you the quick spiel. I usually end up doing it at least once a stream, because it's a common issue, because it's a more technical thing that has to do with more of the mastering side of things. But, basically when we look at mixes and we look at finishing a production, right? One of the most important things is the overall loudness of your track. And there's a concept that we call headroom, which headroom is basically, if you think about your meters, right, that are measuring the loudness of the sound, headroom is like how much room you have on the top of that. And there's different standards for measuring loudness. First of all, the average loudness of a song. And then there's different standards for how much headroom you want to leave at the top of your mix. Typically, if I'm doing like a rock record, let's say, or like a folk record or something, I don't know, more of an acoustic style of music, or a normal quote unquote non-electronic style of music. We use a standard called LUFS for all of this. LUFS is an acronym that's short for loudness under full scale. And it's basically just a very easy way of saying, hey, like on average, your track is minus 12. There's 12 dB of headroom, right? So, and what this really effectively does is like when you put your song on a streaming platform, let's say you put it on Apple Music. Apple Music, they really have to pay attention to how loud songs are, because if you're just sitting there bopping along in your headphones and you skip to the next song and that song is suddenly 3 times louder than the previous song, you're going to damage your headphones. You're going to damage your ears, right? You're going to go, blah, and have to reach for the knob, your volume knob, to turn it down all of a sudden, right? It's no good. Or if you get to a song that's super quiet, you got to turn it up. That's not a good user experience. So they have standards for average loudness of every song that they want going onto their platform. For most streaming platforms, that standard is minus 13. That's 13 dB below full scale. Doesn't really matter what that means in the nerdy sense. That's just the number that you're going for. Electronic music, you typically push a little bit harder than that. Minus 10 maybe is pretty loud, pretty intense. And then if you're specifically mixing for stuff to go out to DJs in a club, you might go harder than that. You might go minus 6, which is like really aggressive, but you don't want to upload that necessarily. But fundamentally, like what happens is if you aren't paying attention, we got this one, it's minus 7. Yep, I can tell. So you want to be more in the neighborhood of like minus 11 to minus 10, because when you're pushing it as hard as minus 7, what you can end up, unless you really know what you're doing in the mixing process and you're really using very specialized mastering tools to get it to minus 7, and the rest of your mix is sparkling crystal clean and all your low end is super is like super well defined, and all you've got all that stuff on lockdown. The harder you push it and the harder you push a mastering limiter, all it's going to end up doing, it will get louder. It's also going to cause distortion. It's going to cause phase issues, and it's going to cause just general squashing of the sound. And you're not going to get the beautiful like breath and air around all your textures and all your synths and stuff where they're real sparkly and real wide in the stereo image. All that stuff is going to be kind of dulled and lessened if you're pushing it through your master bus too hard. And I think that's what you've got going on here a little bit. So there's like your main 303 bass sound. Wow. Got great big, decay on the filter as it opens up. I can tell that in your mix, that's probably a little bit too loud, because I hear it literally turning your drums down around it. It's like pushing your bus so hard that your drums are getting ducked. Your drum, like all the other sounds in your mix, are kind of being quieted for a second, because that limiter is trying so hard to keep control of everything that it's messing with the volumes of the elements in your track. So I think if you go back into your session, grab all your tracks, pull them back by start with 6 dB, and then listen to it, you'll immediately have a better picture of what's going on in your mix. And you'll be able to probably fine tune it a little bit. I would bring that TB down for sure a little bit. And I think maybe some of your higher synths could come up a teeny tiny bit. But then make your LUFS target more like minus 11 or minus 10. It's going to feel a tiny bit quieter. Fortunately, we have a great solution for that. It's called your volume knob. Just turn it up a little bit, and you're going to be able to hear everything just the same. But what you'll notice is like your transients will be punchier. Turn down the bass a little bit. Yeah, I think so. It's kind of hard to tell because the mix is pretty squeezed. Minus 7 is pretty dang squeezed. That's my hunch, but the first thing is to bring the whole mix down and give it more headroom, because then you'll be able to hear more clearly what might be a little too loud. You'll be able to balance your mix a little bit differently, or be happy with it the way that it is. It's really close. It sounds great. I'm not saying it sounds like bad at all. It's a very cool track. I think it needs some headroom, and then there's potentially some smaller, more minor things in the mix that that you'll notice once you give it a little more headroom and a little bit more room to breathe. So yeah, that is what I would say. I get my only other thought, and this is more of a creative thing. You could bring in like a ride, towards the end. Clang, 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 clang. Like an offbeat ride. Like instead of an open hi-hat, use like a ride bell. Could sound really cool. Oh no, I'm so glad. I'm glad you find it lovely advice. I'm glad it's helpful. But yeah, like changing up the groove just a teeny tiny bit. The drum programming of the groove at the end could be kind of cool. But other than that, yeah, to Juby's point, it sounds super old school, which I love. I got my first decks when I was 13. This was in 2002, 2003. I got my first turntables and absolutely went fucking crazy going to all the little dusty record shops and digging for white label house records. So this is like, it's a very nostalgic vibe for me. It brings me back to being a teenager and secretly wanting to be Danny Tenaglia when I grew up. So you get 5 stars and a gold A+ on the wall for that. And it's a great vibe. Like the sounds are all awesome. Oh yeah, no, that dude, Tenaglia, John Digweed, Mistress Barbara, like that's all very, very near Paul Oakenfold, back when Paul Oakenfold was actually a DJ and not a guy in sunglasses making break beats for Jason Bourne movies. All very, very warm feelings for all of that stuff. Anyways, thank you very much for sharing. Super dope track. And I am definitely a big fan. I hope some of that was helpful. Anyways, okay. Next up, we've got Juby. Juby, where's your Discord? Okay. I'm like, there's no link. Let's see here. Verify I'm human. I'm not. Website has no volume knob. No, it's not your fault. The site literally doesn't give me a volume knob. As always, extremely creative sound design. You are also smashing your master output. Very, very hard, and it's distorting pretty badly. But other than that, great sound design. I like the tempo changes are super interesting. Contrast to heavy kick and friendly lead is kind of upsetting to me. That's funny. I like it. I like it a lot. No, the thing this is missing, I think. You've got some real low subby stuff, and then you've got some very bright top line stuff. Hey, website. This untitled stream thing is like not a great. This is totally broken. I can't even like scroll around. Because I left Lunar on mixing the whole time. Well, so that's easy. You just literally grab all of the tracks in your session, like just pick number one, hold shift, click on the last one, and just turn everything down. That's all you got to do. It's a very easy fix to make. But I want to hear a more of a mid-range. Stuff more in that register. I also wanted to see if I could play with those tempo changes. But yeah, stuff more in the kind of mid, like it needs like a proper bass sound. There's like great ripping sound design up top, great groove stuff, all very, very creative, but it's missing like a meat. Well, you'll get it back at some point. I promise. You gotta. But that's I love hearing your stuff because you always do such interesting, creative, and unexpected things with sound design and with tempo and all kinds of stuff. So that would be my thought on that. Just a nice like low MIDI kind of more traditional like bass element I think would really lush the mix out in a very, very nice way. So. Thank you for sharing though. Very cool. All right. Up next, Sample Talk. What is up, buddy? Built the track, simple 4-on-the-floor groove, use noise samples in the hi-hat range to create a unique feel. Okay. I love it. Here, let's turn things back up here. And then, Mursk, you're up next. Love the vocal chop. That's super groovy. that was me. Sorry. Gorgeous. Simply gorgeous. I love the textural stuff. I love everything about this. I just have one idea for you. And you're already kind of doing it. So your progression. E minor, C major, D, and then G, right? E minor. You're just kind of doing that around and around in a circle. So there's two things that you could do to this progression that would make it super slick. And this gets into a couple of different ideas that I can talk about more in depth if you want, which is mainly voice leading and the idea of using passing chords. But if I were to take that progression, and this, you don't even have to do this for the whole tune. You could just do it for part of it as an alteration. E minor, C major, and then go D sus4, resolve it to the D. And then your G, walk it down like that. Okay? Right? Hear how much more like movement and interest there is in just a couple of those things. Why do those work so well? Well, your D sus, because you just go straight to the D major. Like that's fine. E, cool. C, cool. D major, great. But throwing that sus in there, E minor, C, in your C chord, you have a G. So if you hang on to that G becomes the 4 of your D, and then you can resolve it down to the F sharp to make it the major chord. Then you go up to your G. What note were we just using? G. So now you start voice leading by going, you get that nice na 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 movement in there, right? We call that inner voice leading. Right? And then from there, we do the same exact thing, or the same exact concept, to walk back down to the E minor by using a D major chord, but in first inversion. Because then we have voice leading in the bass, in our bottom note. Okay? E minor, C, sus, resolve, G, walk down to the E, right? G, and then everything here, our B, that major note in our G chord, walks down, becomes A. We hold that D, but here's the voice leading. In the left hand, it walks it back down to really resolve the progression in a really nice way. Up. Oh, come on. That is all I would add. That and writing that way gets into a little bit, it gets a little 80s. Like that was a lot of pop used all those kinds of tricks in the 80s. But this has almost like a vaporwave-ish kind of a vibe to it, which I love. And so it makes sense. Come on. Say it's giving Elton. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. That's just like good, solid pop songwriting right there. So that is like my only thought on this one. And I'll see if I can play it along with it. And you're already kind of implying those movements with some of your... Like there's some synthy stuff in there that's playing around with some of those same notes. if you just have everything lean into that voice leading, it's really gonna make it pop. So other than that, mix sounds great. Sound design sounds great. Song choices sound great. I love the vocal chops. Super groovy. All your textures are killer. Just sweeten your changes a little bit. You could even go crazy. And let me think about this. Add in a couple of extra passing chords, or yeah, there's a bunch of things you do. Anyways, just thoughts and ideas. Passing chords are key, absolutely. Passing chords and really good, deliberate voice leading are just always do wonders, and make things sound so like clean and polished and tight. But thank you as always for sharing, man. Your shit is great. It is so much fun. Let's see here. Mursk, you are up next. Jessica has an update. What's your update? I am very curious. Okay, Mursk. Let's see here. SoundCloud. Okay, level 4 producer, self-rated, very good. Little piano here and there, excellent. We love it. Working in Ableton. Only note is me accidentally removing a pre-drop vocal before the second drop. Okay, cool. Good to know. Let's check it out and see what you got going on.
Wake up at night. Wanna wake up at night. Wanna wake up.
Okay. Mursk, give me just a second here. Nathan, he told me that the mic we used is AI supported, the Neumann U87 AI, and then added many layers and ran it into AI software plugins for better results, edited the pitch. I understand so many things. I told him, okay, well, let's check something out in a conversation. So what's your opinion? So the very first thing that he told you, the Neumann U87 AI, a mic I know well. Sorry, Mursk, there's a bit of an ongoing thing here with some AI generated music. So I want to attend to this super, super quick. Your friend's lying. The U87 has nothing to do with AI. This is a very old microphone, a very famous microphone. The model is called U87 AI, just so happens to be called that. This mic has been in production since the 1950s. It's not AI powered. It has absolutely nothing to do with AI. If he thinks that the U87 AI has AI in it somehow, I question him on a level I cannot express with words. Added many layers. How did he add the layers? That doesn't make any sense. And ran it into AI software. Right there. Once you run something into AI software, all bets are off. What he did was take what was your voice and make it somebody else's voice using AI. I can almost promise you. Or at the very least, used AI to make it sound fundamentally completely different than anything that you ever sang. The microphone has absolutely nothing to do with it. The U87 is an incredibly high quality and industry standard mic. So it's like a $3,500 mic. So if he actually has a U87, then he either has a lot of money but it is not an AI supported microphone. This is a very old design and it has nothing to do with AI. But if he ran your voice through AI. So you do it for free. Nothing is free these days. I mean, yeah, that's what I would. I don't know. I got to be honest with you, Jessica. I'm like on your behalf. I'm bugged. I'm angry about this. Not at you at all. At your friend. Because that's an incredibly dishonest thing. Free or not, that's a very dishonest thing for him to do. This is not something I would ever dream of doing to an artist in a million years. Because that, like, the thing with AI is unless you train a custom model around that person's voice, which is technically possible to do if you're very savvy using a tool like RVC or Sound ID from, like there's tools where you can do that, but you would have to sing a ton and then he would have to crunch data and build an AI model of your voice. I doubt he did that. You went in and sang and he basically said, hey, AI, what if this were like good vocals? Not saying that your original ones weren't good, but like, what if this was like a pop vocal and AI just generated a whole new vocal based around what you sang? So it's no longer really your performance, and that's on him, and that's very dishonest of him to do. I don't know specifically what tools he used, but if he admitted to running it through AI software, I don't really care what the microphone was. That doesn't matter anymore. I don't really care what plugins he used. That doesn't matter anymore. If you ran it through AI, you don't need to pitch correct it because it's already going to be perfect because it's AI. So I guess it's nice that he did it for free, but he also didn't give you your vocal back. He gave you an AI-generated vocal back. Maybe it was based on what you originally sang, but it doesn't change the fact that it's an AI-generated vocal. So here is what I would do. I would go back to him and I would say, okay, cool. Thanks for telling me. Please remove everything, including all of the AI, and ask for the dry track, the completely dry vocal, and see what he sends you. Because no matter what he's doing, he should still have the actual original, just the recording of you that went into the microphone. And that's where you want to start. That's what you want to work from. And if you listen to that side by side with what he gave you, this AI thing that he gave you, you'll be able to hear exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the difference between those two things. I wouldn't try to fight him on it. He did what he did. Now you know. Now we know. I wouldn't block him until you get that dry vocal stem. Ask him for the dry vocal stem. Here, I'll throw it in chat for you. Tell him you have an engineer friend, and your engineer friend wants to hear the completely dry, totally dry, absolutely nothing, no AI, no reverb, no pitch, no layers, just the absolute completely dry vocal stem. If he is any kind of an engineer who knows anything about what he's doing, he will be able to send that to you. And then send it to me. Get in my Discord, send it to me. And you'll hear listening back to back immediately, like what the deal is with it. So I'm sorry he did that to you. That's unscrupulous. I wouldn't start a fight with him about it. Now you know that that's how he's doing business. And yeah, he may have been trying to impress you. That's entirely possible for whatever reasons he has for doing that. But it is not ethical. What he did is not ethical and not honest. So you don't have to call him out on it. If you want to block him up, that's up to you. That's probably what I would do, but get the dry vocal stem first, because it could still be super subtle. I don't know what it sounds like because it's not you. So depending on what it sounds like, there's a lot you can edit it and use pitch correction. That's all fine. It's when it goes into AI, that's where it's a problem. Anyways, it's hilarious that he said that the U87 AI has AI in it. That amuses me to no end. That's sort of the equivalent of saying, oh yeah, the Volkswagen Beetle, right? Yeah, it's made out of beetles. Like about as smart as saying that. Anyways, I'm so sorry, Marsk. I didn't mean to interrupt your track because the second it hit, I was like, ooh, this sounds fucking great, but let's check it out. Thanks for being patient, man.
Wake up at night, wanna wake night. 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 Wanna
my guy. That is good. That is good. That is very, very, very good. Damn. Okay. There's a lot to love here. I do have a couple of ideas for you. Hang on. I need to look at one thing. Yeah. Okay. So first, I love this. The groove, super groovy, great sound design, great approach to the vocal chops. I think I heard the spot. I think it's right there where you said you like accidentally deleted one. Which I do think having one in there is a good idea. So this is also a situation where we are, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel that. You are hitting your master bus or your master limiter, your master output extremely hard. I would rate this probably somewhere around -4 or -5 LUFS. I would definitely bring that back because, as I always say, it's squeezing things in a way that's removing a little bit of detail. I know we want our stuff to be loud, but like, trust me, -10 is plenty good. Yeah, so really loud, you hit a point of diminishing returns, right? Where the harder you push it and the louder you push it, it just starts clamping down on things so much that you lose a ton of detail. And it starts pumping and like, because my next point in your mix is the drums to me are very hot. You used to do the 32-bit depth method, if you have heard about it. I don't know specifically what you're talking about, but I certainly know what 32-bit is, and 32-bit is not really anything you want to ever. I can get into the concept of floating point if you want. It gets very techy and very nerdy. It's not anything that you want to be using to distribute because nothing streams in 32-bit. 32-bit is a capture medium. The whole point of 32-bit is basically it's impossible to clip 32-bit. Again, I won't get into why that is. It gets very, very technical and nerdy, and into like what floating point decimals are and shit. But regardless, you always want to deliver at 16-bit because that's what everything's going to stream at. That's what everything's going to press at. That's what everything's going to all of it's going to be 16-bit by the time you are getting to the end listener, right? So, in fact, 32-bit would be very dangerous to try to deliver in because you could do some really funky, weird stuff. Regardless, I would bring what's you Discord? You can do !Discord and it will give you, oh, boom, you're on it. Thank you, super. Viper Actor talked about it a few times. He makes the point that he doesn't have a master and he just renders a clipping signal at 32-bit. That is, I don't know who Viper Active is. That is perhaps the worst idea I have ever heard. No offense to him. I mean, yeah, that's gonna get you loud. If you do that, you risk damaging people's speakers. You risk damaging people's hearing. That can actually, you risk damaging audio systems. Like you could pop somebody's speakers out of their surrounds by doing that. I'm happy to explain why. Again, all this loudness stuff, it's always kind of tricky because it's like you have to understand how audio works on an electrical level, how speakers work, how, like, what headroom is electrically speaking, the fact that full scale is unity is plus minus 1 volt AC. There's a whole bunch of technical shit that goes into it. Bottom line, don't do that. Don't do that. Yes, it will be louder than anyone else's track, dangerously so. It will also really screw with the dynamics of your mix and really make it. I can see how that would actually kind of mitigate the limiting problems. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's like a very bad idea. And you're just going to get normalized down anyways on most platforms. Shoot for like -10 LUFS. If you don't know what LUFS are, I'm happy to explain them. But if you know and you have a decent meter or a maximizer that you're using that can give you a LUFS target or a LUFS readout, shoot for -10. You're going to be fine. If anybody wants your track, so yeah, streaming platforms will normalize it. And they'll normalize it down because what Spotify or Apple Music or whoever, So this track around -6 to -7. Okay, yeah. I would shoot for -10, -11. Spotify's still going to down normalize it. It's still going to make it -14 because everything else on the platform is -14. Everything else on Apple Music is -13. Which is why I always just master to -14 because then Spotify's not going to touch it, and I know that the dynamics of my mix are intact. I understand people want to push it a little bit more. They want it to sound bigger and fuller and thicker and punch harder. Shoot for -10. That's plenty. -6, -7, you get into this territory where it starts to squish things to where it's like altering the way that your mix comes across in different ways. Yeah, everyone does have a different opinion unless you ask working mastering engineers, generally speaking. And then they will all, at least all the ones I've worked with, will tell you the same thing, which is that. And it's when you do, a lot of people do it full time, I suppose, especially nowadays. But there is like mastering and the loudness stuff gets into more of the scientific and technical end of audio and audio reproduction. And when you have, so, yeah, no, I mean, it's all, these are my opinions as well. Like you're not wrong. Yeah, I don't know. And I know there's a whole new crop of engineers, of guys who are, what's up, Pixelated Aiden? How's it going? Good to see you. There's a whole crop of guys who are young and who have only ever, like I come from a very old school world. Like I grew up in an analog recording studio, which was run by my dad. And most of the work that I have done professionally has been on like rock records and funk records and, touring with rock and funk and blues and artists and all this kind of stuff. So I come very much from that world. And like when I have worked with mastering engineers, they're older, more old school mastering engineers who, who have been doing it for a long time. Like my go-to guy is named Dave Glasser. He's in Colorado, which is where I grew up. He's an old family friend. He's got 2 Grammys. He's worked with The Dead. He's worked with Dave Matthews Band. He's done some huge recordings. Not trying to name drop. I'm just saying like, he is working. No, he's not working with like EDM producers necessarily, but he has been a mastering engineer for 15 years and has made lots of money doing it and won 2 Grammys doing it. So when I talk to him, he's like, here's how it works on an electrical level. And here's why we do these things. And I go, okay, I'm going to trust that. I know it constantly changes. SoundCloud's a completely different environment than like, whatever. Anyways, we don't have to get way off into the weeds on it. I was just, it feels pushed to me, and I'm worried that it's like parts of your mix are not as clean as they could be because it is very, very loud. That's all I'm trying to say.
Pixelated wants feedback on their song.
Yeah, so Aiden, happy to check out the track. That's just a link to a Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me real quick, it just tells me a little bit more about you, about your track, what you're looking for in terms of feedback. This section's really good, Mursk. This section is like a good level. It's mainly that main bass synth that I think is really pushing things. It might even just be bringing that bass synth back a little bit would get you into a really good space. It's a sick sound. It sounds phenomenal. I love the texture and the grit to it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, other than that, like everything sounds super crisp. I love your kit. I love the arrangement of the tune is really strong. The vocal chop stuff is really, really great. Great textures. Like there's so much that I love about it. The only other thing I was going to say. Do you think it gets boring in the middle? I can see why you would say that. To me, I look at it as more chilled out. But I actually, yeah, drums are, so that's Aiden. This is exactly what I was gonna say. One of the most underutilized and underused concepts in good drum programming. Hang on one second here. This is much easier to showcase if I just play it on a kit. Oh, right. That's what I have to do. Hang on. Ghost Notes. Took the words right out of my mouth. So if I were to play along with this for a second, there is a very easy way, and you may already know Ghost Notes, Mersk. I would add some, because it's a really easy way to bring your drums to a totally different level. So Ghost Notes are, if you just play a really simple groove, right? Kind of similar tempo. There's all that space in there. Unaccented notes that are on the downbeats. Very well put, Aiden. Absolutely. They're typically low volume, little fluttery notes. It's all that stuff in there that's filling in around the edges. And especially in electronic stuff, you can, yeah, Funky Drummer, absolutely. It's all those little tiny notes that just, it makes the whole groove kind of bubble. It takes boring, right? And then so there's more going on with the Rosanna. There's definitely ghost notes in the Rosanna groove, but it's also a 12/8 shuffle, which is like a whole other thing. That's why that's so funky. Anyways, so I would just, even in that middle section or definitely towards the end, it's a great way to build dynamic where you start your track with a really simple groove, and then you gradually add ghost notes. And then maybe by the end of your tune, and you can do this either by programming them or you bring in like a funk drum loop and process it. That's what I usually do. Because I play, so I'll like build a cool kit and then like run it through tape saturation or, you know, or a bandpass filter or something and make it sound cool as an additional texture on top of my program beats. Like you see how that just suddenly lifts the whole groove into this like super like, oh, like super bubbly. And you can do it with rides. It's great with rides. All that kind of shit. Fivelets. Yeah. Quintuplets. That's actually, funnily enough, all the lo-fi stuff. This is really cool. As total side note. But anytime you hear that lo-fi groove, like lo-fi groove, yeah, Dilla swing is just quintuplets. It's just subdivisions of 5 instead of subdivisions of 4. It's a great time. And you can do some really hip shit if you start, or even Brazilian samba. Yeah, so that's, I mean, that just gets into like accent patterns and like not even metric modulation, but just, you get into that, like the Brazilian shit, and it's like, is it quintuplets or are they just funkier than any human being should ever be? It's hard to tell. Anyway, yes, extremely difficult. So anyways, Mursk, yes, I would say watch your headroom just in general. And I think the main culprit might just be that, that main bass synth is just pretty ripping and pretty in your face. Maybe it's just bringing that a little bit. Shoot for a target of like -10 LUFS, I think is pretty safe and healthy for you. And then, yeah, in terms of spicing up that drum groove, you could do it with, oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. You could do it with layering in like a break beat like that. If you want me to play on the track, I'd be happy to. Get in touch, join the Discord. You can reach out to me. I'd be happy to chat with you about it. Or just program in some of those ghost notes. A little bit of syncopation just adds that extra bit of life and dimension to the groove. Other than that, I think you're in phenomenal shape. Like I've said, your sound design is great. The vocal chops are great. Transients are all really clean. Like the way you've, like the way you've arranged the tune is really, really good. Got no way to release myself. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you know, DistroKid, get it out, you know, just stick it out there. Let people vibe to it, you know? I don't know what that means, Super. I'll have to look into that. We can figure that out later. You're finding all kinds of nooks and crannies that I have never even looked at. Now that you have mod power. I love it. But yeah, in any case, thank you very much for sharing, man. I appreciate it. It's absolutely sick, and I would love to hear more of your stuff down the road. So please swing by absolutely anytime and share away. I super, super dig it. But let's move on. I think this is going to be the last one for today because it's getting a little bit saying, oh, thank you. I appreciate it. You'll be back a lot. Awesome. I love to hear it. I am here. You can also, I'm on YouTube. I stream to YouTube as well. A Nathan Scott on there and on most social platforms. I literally just this week started doing social media stuff. For the first time in 15 years. I've been too fucking busy working on shit for years to like do social media. And I'm finally realizing, hey, I should probably have a presence in places. So I just cut down parts of stream and put them out. So if you look for me on TikTok or, you know, Instagram or anywhere else, you'll find me. Yeah, generally speaking, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern is when I go live, and I'll stream for 3 or 4 hours. So pretty much every day of the week, except weekends. Yeah, because this is just now kind of my job. I mean, making music has always been my job, but the Twitch component of it, I've worked into my normal workflow. So most of what my stream is about typically isn't even like, I always like doing feedback, but I do game scoring, I do artist production. So I just hang out and do my work, you know, like make beats and do orchestration and scoring for indie games and make tracks for artists and stuff. So yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. I'm in New York City, Monday through Friday. So, what am I looking at here? What was you wanted to drop some? Oh, super! You're too kind. No, you're sick, Mursk. You're sick. No, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Okay, Aiden. That's what we're looking at here. Okay. Pixelated Aiden. Level 7, very good. Play piano and drum set. Rad. Me too. Working in Reason. Fun. I never see anyone working in Reason. And Deep Tech House. Okay, I'm a fan already. We love some good house around these parts for sure. I can tell you're a drummer immediately. Fucking great bass line. Yeah. Sick. That's fantastic. I'm going to tell you right now, I have absolutely no notes on this. This is fucking phenomenal, and I love it. Your mix sounds immaculate. You're like right on point with your headroom. Feels like it's maybe a tiny bit hotter, like maybe minus 10, minus 11. I don't know what your left target is here. Not that that's everything, but it's definitely not. It feels great. You're minus, really? Wow, you got it clean for minus 7. That's impressive. And you've got, it's a lot more movement on your meters. I'm impressed, man. Like it's possible to keep things sounding clean and push them that hard. The reason I always recommend against it is because you have to really know what you're doing. And your mix, like your low end has to be really clean and you have to really know how to use the mastering tools. It's possible. Like I know a lot of DJs now when they're sending out for clubs, like somebody said earlier in chat, like everything on whatever that site is that DJs source stuff from, is now like everything's at -3 or whatever. It's like that's, if you know how to push it, you can push it like that. And you've pulled it off here. I'm actually very impressed that you got it that clean. And it's at -7. That's hard to do. But for most guys who are more on, just learning, no, you don't need to go that high. No, for sure. But for guys who are newer to production, who are just learning, who are more on the like amateur side of things, not that that's bad, that's awesome. We need as many people making music as we can get. But like it comes with a lot of experience to get to push things that way. So whenever I hear tracks and I'm like, okay, your best bet is to start with a reasonable target with lots of headroom for you to, hear your mix and kind of, play with things and be able to hear things really, really cleanly and clearly. But you've got a great, that's very impressive at how clean it is at that level. It was like, it definitely feels hotter than I would push it, but. But yeah, so I have no feedback for you other than it fucking slaps and you're great and I love it. And please send me more of this. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to like fuck around on bass because this is ultra funky. Come on. Making me break out all my like bebop licks and shit. What was that? Fake bebop licks. Dude, this is sick. This is so groovy. I want to listen to this forever. Hard bop, totally. Your bass line's great though. That rad. Great job, man. Seriously, great job. You say there's slight clipping in the bass. I don't hear it. That's also usually the kind of stuff that it's like it's SoundCloud, so you know. It ain't perfect. But no, that's groovy as shit, man. It sounds awesome. I can totally tell you're a drummer. And a keyboard player. Are those licks? Is that you actually playing, or did you awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. There was one really, really great lick in there. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of great licks in there. 5 stars. A little before. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. Yeah, that's the one. That's great. Killer. Man, great tracks today, everybody. Just great tracks. Thank you for sharing that, man. I appreciate it. That's absolutely dope. Please bring more. Bring more. Come hang out anytime. That's my whole vibe around. You're doing it the right way. My whole vibe around here is doing things the real way. With like chord extensions and voice leading and, you know, chromatic mediance and contrapuntal elaboration on static harmony and, oh my God, super. You crazy person. Chat, blow Super up. Super has gifted like 5 subs today and just dropped a huge tip. You're way too kind, man. Thank you so much. You're way, way, way too kind. Save all this for when we start working on your game, buddy. Open that. What is this? What is this? Quartz and Base over. Get at me in Discord. If you're not, I think you jumped in the Discord. Shoot me a DM, by all means. What? I don't want to just open my Twitch chat internet browser. Thanks, Super. It was my birthday on Monday. Some shit your aunt would send you at like in the middle of the night or like 5 in the morning or something. You wake up and you're just like, oh, what's my notifications? And that's the first thing you see. Mike Clark is your favorite drummer. Mike Clark. Oh, who does he play for? Oh, for sure. Yeah, Herbie. Okay. Oh, yeah. Actual Proof. Gotcha. Yep. Totally. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm super hip on a lot of the modern guys. Lewis Cole, Nate Wood, Keith Carlock. Oh God, who else? Anyone in that kind of diaspora. Yeah, you know all the guys. That's kind of my shit. So, Nate Smith, thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to think. I'm like, not Chris Smith. Chris Smith is a friend of mine. It's Nate Smith. Yeah, Nate's great. Adam Deitch, he's pretty cool. I've gotten to do a record with Adam Deitch actually. He's an alright guy. He's an amazing fucking drummer. But yeah, no, there's a lot of good shit. Jojo Mayer, for sure, very much so. Anyway, I love it. I could use more drummers in here, so please, like I said, come back anytime. But on that note, we've been going strong for a good 4 hours, and I do need to go make dinner. So I'm going to get out of here. But, thank you guys very, very much for hanging out. Thank you, Super, for being the absolute winner of stream today. We also have a bunch of new friends to thank. Thank you, Pixelated Aiden, the Mersk. Thank you, Gyaru Warrior, Dats D, Callum Bear. Callum knows that I like him. He doesn't need me to thank him. Nindrian. Who else we got? Poyo. Of course, Super. All new friends, subscribers, and followers. Thank you guys so very, very much. I do so appreciate it. I will be live tomorrow, 2 p.m. We're going to do a Feedback Friday and just kind of have a very similar stream today, just like vibe out. So anybody who wants to share more tracks, please drop back by tomorrow. And then we'll be back on Monday with our regularly scheduled programming. I should have some new projects in for us to sink our teeth into. As always, look for me on socials. I'm going to finally get links up in my Discord today so you guys can go follow me on your preferred platform. Appreciate any support there. And yeah, that is the deal. So really appreciate you guys. Adore each and every one of you. Hope you all have a great night, evening, afternoon, morning, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. Bye, guys. Bye.